So, it's time for another Final Fantasy. After all, I still owe you all this one and Final Fantasy IV. Now, much as I had said for Final Fantasy II that I had never seen much of it, I've seen even less of this. Like, to point out the scale there, I had seen at least, like, the intro setup and everything for Final Fantasy II. I've never even seen that much of 3. Because bear in mind, of course, we had that unique situation as far as us getting it stateside. I'm gonna avoid letting the intro run for a second here so I can finish this thought, then we'll let the intro roll. Yeah, we had the interesting situation as far as localizing goes, where what was labeled Final Fantasy III was actually, I believe it was 6? I think it was 6 was the one that ended up on the Super Nintendo. Either way. Now, when I looked around, as far as I could tell, the earliest localized version that was not a fan translation was this one, the DS version of Final Fantasy III. Now, it's gonna look quite different from all the other ones we've been doing, because this is a 3D game, which is interesting. And it's also apparently the first one where the job system properly shows up. That starts to become more of a thing later in the series. Quiet you. We're not there yet. Now, a couple things with the setup I want to address before we really get rolling, and then we'll actually let the intro play and everything. Take note of the fact that there is the top screen above my head. That's this screen right here. And the bottom screen is going to be larger. I do have the ability to flip those screens if it becomes necessary. But based on the testing I did, it looks like the bottom screen is where 90% of anything important shows up. So we're gonna stick to having that be the focal point, and y'all can at least see the top screen at all above me. Because there are a few things I saw that showed up on the top screen. This way, you get as much information as you can. Now we'll go ahead and let this roll, and we'll go from there. Now, you might think that the intro is actually going to be small the whole time. It's interesting how they've handled that, and you'll see what I mean as the intro cutscene here rolls through. And I think I've audio balanced it well. I tried to make it a bit higher than I have for some of the other ones, because I noticed there was a trend of them being a little bit low. We shall see. Yeah, notice how it's flipping between the two screens. This is why DS games are kind of a pain. And moments like that where it's on both screens are going to be kind of lost, and there's not much I can do about that. The visual will still be there, but it will not have the same impact. Now, there was a PSP version that I also could have done, but that came out a full, like, 6 years after this, I want to say it was. And since I was doing first versions, kind of had to go with this one. It was either that or I go find a fan translation of one of the originals, which I believe would have only been the Famicom, and based on our experience with Final Fantasy I, I'm happier to do this version, even with the DS issues. Now, the fun question is going to come in from, will we have any surprise issues? Because I tested this only for, like, obviously a little while. I wasn't going to sit here and run, like, the first whole segment or anything too much. But as far as I could tell, there were no issues. This is obviously upscaled a little bit for anybody keeping score on things like that. I think I've got it set to like ×8 internal resolution, something like that. Because it didn't seem like it had a major impact on how it ran, and it got rid of the little bits of jagginess that DS games tend to have. But now that you've seen the little intro bit there, let's get this game on the road here. And the more important intro of this young fellow just falling in a hole. Ow. I didn't see that hole there. What have I gotten myself into now? We'll be leaving names as standard, because I don't know enough about these characters or where they're going to end up to give them fitting new identities. Luneth, an orphan raised by Nina and Elder Topapa in the village of Ur. Adventurous by nature, his curiosity gets the better of him as he tumbles into a hole created by the Great Earthquake. Suddenly Goblin. Is we get our first combat encounter straight off the rip, and you'll notice it's 3 against 1 right off the top. Thankfully, these goblins are not much to worry about. They do a little bit of damage, but they also die in 1 hit. So, not the biggest deal. Just 3 turns later and this fight will be over. It is interesting. I thought they did 1 damage when I tested this last night. But maybe I'm thinking about later on. Got some money, got some XP. Now, forget everything you learned during Final Fantasy II. Those were monsters? Why do I get this feeling this isn't the safest place to be? So yeah, we actually have like full 8-directional movement. We can move diagonally and all of that, and I can even use the stick if I want to. Now, as you can see in the menu here, we have strength, agility, vitality, intellect, and mind. We also have MP of 8 separate slots. So it kind of has walked back a little bit more towards the systems in Final Fantasy 1? Rather than the systems that they decided to use for Final Fantasy II. Now, I don't know if this is different from version to version, because as I said, I don't know anything about this game. I'm just going off of the version that I have in front of me. And I'm informing y'all as best I can from what I know. Okay, text is still on fast. Let's go ahead and put our default movement to run, so I don't have to hold the run button. Oh, that switches left and right button functions. I don't even know what those buttons do to begin with, so we'll worry about that later. Yeah, if we take a look at the magic menu, you'll notice there's levels 1 through 8. You have a learn, a use, a remove, and an exchange. You can actually swap spells between characters, which is fascinating. I'm very curious to see how that'll pay off later. Now, as to how the job system works in this game, I don't know yet. In the little bit of testing I did, I didn't encounter the job system yet. We were still a freelancer the entire time I was testing this. Now, I would presume, as is fairly normal of Final Fantasy, the freelancer is jack of all trades, master of none, so I can do a fair amount as a freelancer. We will address that more as we go. I do like the little, slide up it does when you open the menu. So you still have context of where you are in the world. Yeah, as you can see, we actually get some decent speed on the map with our running, which will be a huge benefit for getting around dungeons at a reasonable pace. It is, however, worth noting, I feel like the extra animations this version has compared to the previous two games is going to extend the time a bit. As I do not have a speed up setup for this, we are likely to end up burning some extra time that way. We got a leather shield and a fight. Can't get anywhere without getting into a fight around here. It's a very dangerous cave. Ignoring the fact that these guys are absolute chumps. Is thanks to that preemptive strike, they don't even get a turn. Makes my life a little bit simpler. There we go, we got our first job level, which is going to, as far as I'm aware, be arguably meaningless at the moment. Potion. Let's go ahead and put on that shield, because it will be useful to us. Our defense goes up from 1 to 3. It also apparently protects from status ailments, which is interesting to have right off the bat. There's something strange about that rock. Well, let's go touch it. Turns out it was a button. Why there was a secret rock button in this random hole we fell in? Good question. Behind it, though, was a longsword, which I'm far more interested in than any of these complicated questions of why we're here. That raises our attack by 2. Now, you might think that that's irrelevant, considering we've been one-shotting everything, and for the time being, you'd be right. Later on, however, we shall see how relevant that actually ends up being. Now, there's actually a lot of goodies in this cave, and I'm going to be doing my best to grab all of them. Because I ran through here when I was testing this. Basically, I ran through this cave and did some of the plot afterwards, and that's about all I've done to test this out. We will be doing as we normally do and talking to as many people as I have the patience to talk to. I'd say talk to everyone, but there is a world in which I start filtering out some of the crowd because of the fact that they don't end up saying anything useful. Antarctic Wind. That's a usable item that casts an ice spell. We shall see if I ever remember to use that. Oh, another notable difference between this and Final Fantasy II is I can actually use my inventory again without having to equip it on people. So that's going to be very important. Fun fact, the entire time I went through this cave in testing, never got a miss. Getting the miss now definitely feels like the inverse of streamer luck. But, you know, it'll be fine. Luneth gains a level and a job level. Now, the regular levels I do think will matter to us at the moment. The job levels, like I said, I don't know if they matter right now. Oh, we got another potion. And another potion. Over this way, we got a staircase. Let's not go that way yet. Thus, getting into another fight. Oh, I didn't see whatever this thing was. Oh, it's a blue wisp. Okay. That didn't spawn at all when I tested this. Oh, and it's stronger, too. Neat. The only thing in here that I apparently can't one-shot. Also, the targeting apparently resets. Good to know. Doesn't matter, though. We will be fine. And away it went. Six experience. I think that was worth more than most things in here, but it also took 2 hits, so it would make sense. Yeah, we got another Antarctic Wind right here, and a pool of water. This pool of water matters. A wellspring. What mystifying colors. That's what this does. HP and MP restored. It's a free heal, which is why it matters to go over here before you go anywhere else. This way, you don't have to burn a potion in the first cave you go into. You can just get a free heal. Obviously, we're going to lose a bit of health along the way because of fighting all the way, but we're still in far better shape than we were before. And I don't think I'm going to turn around to the Wellspring for the 1 hit point we lost there. Another job level, though. I do hope that the job level rate stays when we get an actual job. Because getting the first few levels quickly would be quite nice. This looks a bit different than where we were before, doesn't it? Ah, that's what the shoulder buttons do. Okay. So L zooms in and R is menu, just like, I believe it's X is menu. So that's interesting. Oh, onward we go. What's that? An evil creature attacks Luneth. Well, that doesn't sound good. Behold, Turtle. The land turtle, who really doesn't look that land adapted, but don't worry about that. Anyway, I'm gonna hit it until it stops moving. Ooh, I got a crit. Nice. Yeah, this thing's just gonna keep hitting me for 4, and I'm just gonna keep hitting it for more than that. And eventually we will win. No, it hit for 5 that time. Never mind, never mind. Immediately made a liar out of me, but I have crit it twice, which I didn't get a single crit in this encounter before, so that's funny. Things are balancing out from when I missed earlier, I guess. Which, when I said I didn't miss anything when I was in this cave when I tested this, this is where the one miss was. I missed attacking the turtle once. Now, do take note, though, that our crit did a whole 2 more damage to it. So it's not exactly impressive, but because of the crits that we did get, I didn't have to heal. I did actually have to heal once during that fight when I did it in testing. So that's interesting. A little bit of damage variation there. Obviously, we gained a level and a job level for beating up a giant turtle. You have been chosen. You can beat a turtle. You are chosen to save the world. Who's that? Who's there? Warrior from the land of darkness. You have been chosen as the bringer of hope. You're also the only one who fell in the hole, so we're making do with what we've got. Is this crystal talking to me? Did I hit my head that hard? Darkness is threatening to engulf the world. When light is lost, the equilibrium will be no more. My crystal's gonna fall over. It's gonna be awful. What are you talking about? There are others who share your destiny. You must seek them out. You'll totally be able to know. Once you find them, I will bestow upon you our last light, our last hope. I could do it now, but it wouldn't have the same effect. Now go. But wait, I don't understand. You're not meant to understand, it'll be fine. Also, maybe you wouldn't be down to your last light if you didn't spend your whole time blinding people and sending them out into open fields randomly. Anyway, we're here now. I'm back on the surface. What was that? Light, darkness, our last hope? What was that all about? Was I dreaming? It's the last thing I might eat that. Ugh. What a day. Anyway, we're here now. Now, we are out in front of a cave, so, you know, one could assume that was the cave we were in and we just got thrown out of it. Hard to say. Anyway, let's go home. Welcome to Ur. Population, well, a fair amount. Hi, Lunith. Just went to the corner of town. Wonder what the hubbub's all about. King Sassoon's castle is to the west of here. He's the lord of all the lands surrounded by the Parmeni Mountains, including this village. Good to know. Lunith, the elders are looking for you. Alright. So we got an inn right here. It's said that those blessed by the crystal's light can regain their health and even revive themselves by drinking wellspring water. Aren't they lucky? So yeah, further information that we are blessed. And I didn't believe in spooks until I saw one in Kazus. Alright, Kazus is haunted. Noted. There's a magic shop. We'll need to worry about that in a minute. Aren't your friends making a ruckus near the far end of town? Make them stop already. Well, deal with that in a minute. Let's see about making some purchases. After all, if we're going adventuring, which inevitably we will, we're gonna need to have everything ready to go. So we'll just buy out everything that we didn't already have. There we go. Now we're up to 7 defense. As you might imagine, pretty significant improvement from 3 defense. Hop over here to the sell menu, sell the vest and the knife. Notice how these Antarctic winds are worth 500 each. If we end up needing money, don't be surprised if I sell those. But considering we came out of that cave with 700, I think we're pretty well off. I'm pretty sure we have more money than I came out of there in testing with. So I think I ended up taking some wacky pathing and ended up getting into an extra fight. Now, take note of the fact that bows and arrows are separate items in this game. I presume that your bow is impacted by your arrow quality. So that's going to be a notable piece of information. Now, obviously, we have no reason to change our weapon right now because we don't have information on what's good and what isn't so far. But we can obviously tell that the longsword has the highest attack of anything in here other than the bow. Now, logic denotes the bow would technically be stronger because bow and arrow combined, but let's not fiddle about with that right now. We also don't know what our party is going to look like yet, so there's no sense in making choices like that just willy-nilly. Let's head on in here and have a conversation with the old people. I can sense what has happened to you. You must now heed the words of Elder Topapa. You didn't have to listen to him before, he's a bit of an old weirdo, but now that you had a crystal flash you, now you gotta go talk to him. He's our specialist in things like that. Lunith, you must treat Nina, your mother, the very best you can. You must know by now that she's not your birth mother. She's taking care of you as if she truly were. Well, that's a hell of a thing to just drop on me as I'm coming through here, but you know, yeah, it's a thing. Speaking of, so this day's finally come. I'm gonna worry about you, so promise me you'll be careful. You have come, Lunith. So it is you who has been chosen. You must understand that your meeting with the crystal was not happenstance. You fell in that hole for a reason. You did hit your head a bit, though, so look after that. It was the crystal's will. You have been chosen. Chosen for what? I don't understand. You were already told you needed to save the world, you dumb kid. Don't you listen? A long time ago, a traveler came to me carrying a newborn child. His face was covered in soot, and his clothes were burnt to tatters. Somehow the kid was fine. Still don't understand that one. The child he carried in his arms was you. To think, even as a newborn, you were already destined to be chosen by the crystal. Maybe it was crystal magic that meant you weren't burned. Who knows? You must now set forth on your journey. Take your power, the light you hold in your heart, and use it well. Okay. You must make your way to Kazuz. Go swiftly, but go prepared. Okay. Anything else to say now? Nope. Nope. Okay. Moving right along. So yeah, we were given a destination. We need to go to Kazuz. And didn't people just say that Kazuz was haunted and cursed? Sure did. I wonder if that has anything to do with why we're getting sent that way. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Pop our head into the inn, see if anybody's here. I hear you're going on a journey. You're free to stay here anytime. And I'd better rest up for what lies ahead. Good to know that we are welcome at the inn. Oh wow, there's a lot of people in here, actually. Stupid earthquake. I can't get back to Cannon because those huge stupid rocks now blocking the entrance through Nell Valley. Alright. Let me make note of that, because that might actually be useful. Start a whole new notepad section for Final Fantasy III. There we go. Boulder blocking Nev pass to Cannon. Because I'm assuming we'll have to deal with that at some point. Hey, would you like me to play a song on the piano? Yep, this is the whole thing. Why, hello there, Lunith. Watch me dance. You know, normally people have to pay for a private dance. If you're going on a journey, you have to take some antidotes and eye drops. Thanks for telling me that, but not giving me any, I guess. Hey, don't you walk away from me. Hey, get back over here, bartender. I'm having a very hard time interacting with this bartender. You're not getting a tip, sir. The bartender is avoiding me. Fine, I'm leaving. Hell with this place. That was not entirely a bit, by the way. I genuinely just was not allowed to talk to that man for some reason. What the hell happened up here? Let me tell you about your current job. Freelancers can use low-level magic, but their base attributes are pretty low. So in other words, you suck. Get a better job, you lay about. Yep, they're sleeping. Yeah, there's your proof. We can use any low-level magic, but we're not really good at anything. Looks like this is an item shop as well, based on the sign. Yep, okay. So if I need more of any of these, we can get them. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, though. Because we're early on. What could possibly go wrong by me not spending my money on supplies, right? We were given a bunch of potions. Which, speaking of, there are a few goodies to pick up around, including, you can take the items in the storehouse up ahead. They should help you on your journey. Watch out for monsters, though. We just kind of let them roam about by the storehouse, you know. Gotta keep the riffraff away somehow. Yeah, there's just got a storehouse up here. There's switches that open hidden passageways in towns and dungeons. You'll have to look closely to find them. Gotta have better eyes than me, I tell you. These old eyes can't even see those pots behind me. Don't ask how I'd see them behind me anyway. Don't worry about that. Take a look at that candle, for example. If you zoom in close enough, you know, just zoom in with your eyes. It's a thing I used to be able to do before I got old. There you go, you're getting it. See, look at it sparkling. See that shining spot? Those sparkles tell you there's something fishy there. And I don't mean a fish. No, I don't. So if we just go touch this candle, without burning ourselves somehow. Ta-da! Secret room. Now, before we address the secret room, though, if we check the open pottery over here, we got some antidotes. And now you know why I wasn't worried about buying any, is we get a couple there, and then if we go up these stairs... Goodies! All of the goodies! We get a longsword, which we already have from the cave, a dagger, which we currently don't really have any use for, a phoenix down, which will be useful when we have somebody else in the party, some eye drops, and last but not least, a cure. Now, note that cure is the spell. You actually can just learn a spell from an item, just like we did in Final Fantasy II. So we now know the cure spell, which will be quite handy in keeping our supplies stocked up, considering we can just, you know, cast a couple cures if we need to. So considering we don't have that many low-level charges, we'll see which ones end up getting used. Now, funny thing, you can actually get into a fight on your way in and out of that storehouse. We just didn't this time. I got into a fight on my way out of there when I tested this. Quickly hit up the magic shop before I forget. Because there's Poisona here, which removes poison. We'll go ahead and snag that while we're at it. Now, when you buy the e-spells, they get immediately... I know it didn't actually put it immediately on. I thought it got put immediately on, but what do I know? Oh, that's right. No, I remember what I did. I went in here and went to the Learn menu, because you can learn any items that you have through this menu, or you could use them as an item. Either one works. So now we know how to cure poison, and we know how to heal full health damage. We're already well ahead of most of our adventuring parties in terms of magic. It's a hell of a thing. Now, if we go over here, though, because we were told that there was a ruckus up top, we'll have a whole thing happen. But first, let's go this way. So you're leaving her, eh? The whole town's talking about it. Take the potions and that whale with you. Ta-da! 1 potion. 2 potion. Gotta go around the water. 3 potion. So yeah, if you were worried about not having enough potions early on, we have 6 of them already. Just right off the rip. So I don't think we have too much to worry about there. You can already see the massive difference in supply design between the very early Final Fantasies and this. So who knows, maybe we'll need all of those supplies. Meanwhile, over here, there's a whole doings transpiring. Notice how we didn't see any of those kids before. Oh yeah? Ghosts don't exist? Then go out there yourself and prove it. Ha! You don't have the guts. You're a coward. Ark, another orphan raised by Topapa and Luneth's best friend. Unlike Luneth, he prefers reading over gambling in the wild. His studies endow him with great knowledge that more than makes up for his shyness. Hey, Ark, what's going on? It's Luneth, let's get out of here. Run, scatter, flee. Get away. Hey, wait, Ark, you don't have to run away from me. I'm not a coward, but I know I have to be stronger. But I can't ask for Luneth's help. I'll show them. And then suddenly this kid's here. Oh, hello, Luneth. I'm picking flowers. Good for you. So yeah, Ark goes running off to somewhere where there's ghosts. We were told that somewhere had ghosts. Ark was being bullied again. For you two being brought up together, you should look after him more. I'm trying. Where did Ark go? I can't seem to find him. I thought you would know, seeing how you two are like brothers and all. I forgot to talk to this fellow. This is the one that mentions Kazu's being cursed. I didn't go far enough to the side to see them before. Apparently everybody's dialogue changed. Well, except you. How about you? Did you say anything else? Speaking to certain people can sometimes open the item menu, so you can use items on them. Come, try using a potion on me. Sure thing, old man. Thank you. I feel much better. Take this as a token of my appreciation. Phoenix Down. You know what? That's a good trade right there. Yep, you're saying the same thing. Alright, out of town it is, I guess. Off on our grand adventure. But first order of business, of course, as is tradition, we save the game immediately. Got 3 save slots. We'll probably be primarily just using save slot 1, unless I think there's a reason for me to make a separate save. Let's go. Let's see about finding where we need to go. Presumably right here. Kazu's, yep. So. Ark, it's me, Luneth. Don't be afraid. Why'd you run off on your own? What are you trying to prove, anyway? Let me go with you, Luneth. I want to show everyone that I'm not a weakling. I did manage to come here all by myself. You'll take me with you, Luneth, won't you? Alright, if that's what you want. And there we go, we have our first party member, Ark. Which I assume is going to be Freelancer as well. Yep, okay, so we have 2 level 3 Freelancers at the moment. You just have a knife, which is not going to do it all. Let's actually give you a dagger for the moment, though. Oh, dual wielding is a thing, actually. Hang on, no, we'll do that then for you, potentially. Because right now I want to keep the shield on Luneth. So I think we'll try out Ark having sword and knife. See how that works out. That seems like the right kind of setup for somebody trying to prove themselves. But I am going to go ahead and bump Cure over... Oh! I did not realize Exchange would exchange all of it. Well, that's fine. You can have all of the healing, Ark. That's fine. I had intended to split it between the 2 of them and have one have the ability to cure poison and one have the ability to heal. I did not realize it's just a full flip. That said, that's actually fine, because what that means is when I need to use those spells out of combat, I just flip the spells to somebody that has available spell slots. I am already seeing the cheese here. Anybody home? Oh. I feel so empty. Curse that Jin. Okay, so I'm guessing until we lift the curse, this place ain't gonna be functional. Everybody's just kinda empty. Yep. I can't do business when I'm a ghost. Why not? Somebody tries to rob you, you just haunt their ass. It'd be fine. I mean, if you want to go that route, you could do it literally too, but I wouldn't recommend that. Okay, so we got a healing spring here. That's helpful. If only people blessed by the crystal's magic can use those well springs to heal, why is that there? I guess maybe it's just like a village cleanliness thing, and it just happens to be more useful to us? What? How many times do I have to say it? No, I don't have any mithril rings. I want to get rid of this curse as much as you, but how am I gonna temper mithril as a ghost? Even if I weren't cursed, I couldn't work unless I knew my daughter was safe. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so harsh in training her. Well, if you've been training her and you could temper mithril, that means we probably need to find your daughter and then she can make the mithril rings. Assuming we can find any mithril. And it sounds like the Djinn needs mithril rings to lift the curse. Now, hey, what do you know, a mithril mine? I suspect I might be on the right track there. That is a big pickaxe. Why is that pickaxe and helmet so big? Like, I could see the pickaxe being, like, pretty big as far as we go, because, like, the miners would be big dudes, probably. Or big ladies, either one. No judgment there. But that helmet would not fit well on most people, I feel. Yeah, there are monsters in here. And apparently it's a back attack. Which I was facing a wall, so you know what? It makes nothing but sense, I guess. Oh! So a mummy and a skeleton. And we just got trashed immediately. So, concern. See how well you do doing damage to them. And let's just get a heal off immediately. Oh! That does not heal for much. And we did no damage. I feel like we're not meant to be in here. I feel like I stuck my nose where it didn't belong. And we should go. Down goes Ark. Escape attempt failed. And we've had our first death because apparently there's things that'll two-shot you just in the mithril mine. Gonna just quickly run back down there and trigger all that dialogue again. Don't mind me. Oh, and now I get in a fight on my way there instead. I love how we had an early party wipe in the newer game, rather than an early party wipe in the older games. What a fascinating turn of events this has been. Like, I can't even be mad, because I stuck my head in there. That's completely on me that I stuck my nose in there. But you also had no warnings or anything, so, you know, why would you be concerned about going in there at all? I cannot skip this, apparently, by the way, so... This is my penance for having been too curious, I guess. For those wondering why I didn't just save before going in there, it seemed like you could only save when you were on the overworld yet again, so... Since I didn't really have that big a red flag about that area, I just didn't do it, see? So let's quickly pop out of town now that we know that, and we'll save. This way we can avoid some of the consequences of my actions this time. Wait. Oh. Despite being the same level, Ark has no job levels. Interesting. I guess that's to show that Ark doesn't have much practical experience. Spending most of their time studying. Okay, so we got a pool of water here. Whole lot of nothing going on around it at the moment. But there's just a staff hidden amongst the trees here, apparently. And a Zeus's Wrath? Okay. I have now learned I should be mashing A everywhere I go, which is a good thing I just happen to be doing that already. Out of habit. Which, for those wondering, yes, I could have used the Antarctic wind to potentially get myself out of that other bad situation. But I didn't really think too much of that idea. We do now have a staff, though, so that's nice. Let me actually upgrade your equipment appropriately as well. There you go. And now knowing that the exchange exchanges all of it, we'll just leave the spells on Luneth for now. We could go buy another Poisona if I wanted to. But I'm not going to worry about that right now because we could probably pick up any and all things of that nature here once we fix this town. Bunch of people here. Ah, there we go. We got a cutscene this time. Howdy there. Sid's the name. I'm from Cannon, but I've been stuck here ever since Nell Valley got blocked by a giant rock. On top of that, I got a curse cast on me along with the other folks. Ain't that a trip and a half? Luneth, we have to do something to help these people. Say, if I lent you my airship, do you lads think you could help me in the other steps? From what I hear, this curse can be dispelled through the power of a mithril ring. Unfortunately, we all seem to be out of mithril rings here. Even if we could get to the mithril, Taka the smith's been turned into a ghost himself, and his daughter, the apprentice, is gone missing. My airship's hidden in the desert west of here. Use it to find a way to lift this curse. You telling me we're getting the airship right off the rip? Neat. If only we had the mithril ring that the blacksmith had forged. It's the only thing that may banish the Djinn. Where'd the ring end up? The Djinn that we had banished into the sealed cave was released by the earthquake, and it cast a curse on us all. Well, maybe if you hadn't sealed it, it wouldn't curse you. I'm sure it caused other problems too, but you know. Sealing things away does tend to backfire. I wonder where the smith's daughter's gone. I remember her complaining about her training and not wanting to follow her in her father's footsteps. I wonder if she has a mithril ring in her possession. You get the feeling that they're really hinting that she's got the mithril ring we're gonna need. And if she doesn't want to follow her in her father's footsteps, perhaps she'll join us. That's also a possibility. Only the power of mithril can banish the Djinn. That is why the Djinn cursed this town once it found out how the nearby mines were packed with the stuff. Makes sense? Okay, so we need to go to the desert to use Sid's airship. I'm just quickly talking to Taka in case we need to have triggered that for anything. Aha! We're just quickly mashing A around in case there was any goodies to find, and lo and behold, there was a potion. And a filch. That'll make up for the potion we used on the old man back in our hometown. This really does mean I should just be walking around mashing A everywhere I go, just about, though, to make sure I'm not missing any hidden items. Any other hidden paths around here? Any goodies? Goodies? Prizes? Huh? Nope. Alright. We'll head out of town, save again since we picked up a couple things, and then we'll head out to the desert. I'm now kind of gun-shy after we got bodied in that cave. Which I now realize they intend you to go into that cave, presumably, after everything. Where I just assumed the Djinn was going to be in the cave and we were meant to, like, learn about the Djinn in there. Oh, we're just on the airship already. Okay. Who are you? What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. This is Sid's airship and he's letting us use it. Refia. Raised in Kazus by mithril smith Taka, whose rigorous training led her to run away from home. Again. I'm Refia, and I'll have you know that my father and I forged the parts for the ship back in Kazus. So that means you're the blacksmith's daughter? You have to help us make a mithril ring. Yes, that's the only way we'll be able to lift the curse on Kazus. I can't make mithril rings. I didn't study that far. I didn't want to. Well, I don't think Sid's gonna be that particularly happy with that news. Wait, I know where we can find a ring. My father forged a mithril ring for King Sassoon a long time ago. He should still have it. Let me go with you. I can't make mithril rings, but I want to help my father and the people of Kazus. I think she should come with us, Luneth. Me too. Slacking off saved her from the curse, so maybe that luck might rub off on us. Hey, that's not funny! Refuse joined the party. And what do you know? Prediction accurate. We now have 3 party members already. I presume then we'll be picking up our 4th before long. All aboard? Now, I feel like we were told where King Sasson was, but... well, we'll figure it out. Is we can fly! I wonder if there's air encounters. There's a cave over there. So, based on the fact that it's King Sasson, gee, I wonder if he's in this castle right here. How do I land this thing? That's a very good question. Also, what do you have? You just have a knife and a cap just like everybody else. Okay, well, I already gave Ark the dual-wield setup to prove himself, so... what do I do with you? Well, we'll figure that out in a bit. Ah, there we go. B lands the airship. I'm sure the king will be really happy to just give us a mithril ring. A terrible curse has befallen the people in Castle Sassoon while I was away. Only the power of a mithril ring may save them, I'm told. But Cassis is suffering from the same fate as Sassoon. I must do something, but where will I find a mithril ring? I'm the daughter of the blacksmith of Cassis. The king must still have the ring my father made him. We've come to borrow the king's mithril ring to save Cassis. Will you let us through? An audience with the king? Yes, I believe I can arrange that. Come, I'll be waiting in the throne room. Well, the ghost of the king, presumably, but... you know, we'll figure it out. And considering that fellow is the convenient only one not a ghost, I have a feeling I know who our 4th party member's gonna be. Sassoon West Tower. Oh, there's evil afoot in the castle, apparently. I get the feeling I might be getting punished for nosing a way out here again. 9 damage. 7 damage. No damage. Okay, that's only 12. And the eye casts blind, which makes sense for a dark eye. It darkens our eyes. Well done managing to hit once you were blinded instead of when you weren't blinded there, Refia. Okay, you're re-blinding the one you blinded already. Sure, why not? I'm concerned by the fact that this thing... there we go. That took a lot of hits. I feel like these are not necessarily things I'm supposed to be fighting particularly right now either. Considering the way this game started with everything just taking 1 hit, I'm a little confused at the moment, but we'll keep going. I don't think I have any reason to be poking around in this tower based on how this combat is going, though. I feel like I should probably have just gone straight to the king. But I was curious, hello, what can I say? Job level up. Lots of job level ups. Everybody job level up. And before we go nosing around in places like that, we probably should get Refia actual gear. So we'll worry about that in a little bit. Let's go straight to the king instead. Anything to steal? Oh, if I weren't a ghost, I'd go and defeat the Jinn myself. Sure thing, bud. Aha! See, notice the indentation at the top of that wall. That's a giveaway that that's a hidden passage. Obviously, that means this one is 1, 2, and gets us a phoenix down. Not too bad, not too bad. We take those. Once more, nosing my way into places I probably shouldn't be. 1,000 gil? Another 1,000 gil, just robbing the king's treasury, don't mind me. I get the feeling this is going to be important for something at some point, this pool of water down here at the bottom. Nothing here, but that's because that's the floor we were on already. Higher up, we see more treasure. A leather shield and blizzard. Oh, we might have found Refia's purpose in life then. Bronze knuckles. All right. We got concepts here. So I would assume those bronze knuckles are weapons. They sure are, and they're pretty potent weapons too. Considering you can apparently use those in a shield, you'll take that and whole setup then. Now, and Refia is still blind, which is inconvenient, but we'll go ahead and teach Refia Blizzard. We only have the one eye drop, so I think I'm just gonna not worry about the whole blind situation for the moment. I think that's okay. Now, that said, I do assume, unlike the previous Final Fantasies, that blind actually works this time. Oh, neat. I'll have a look at that later. Saw an interesting email for those wondering what I'm babbling about. I may address that in the future depending on what I decide to do with the information from that. Why would there be any hidden walls there when we already looted everything up there? Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just making sure there's nothing else for me to acquire from your castle. Well, never mind, I walked into the cutscene anyway. The Djinn's curse has befallen us all, and I am no exception. It's almost like I mentioned that when I said all. Sire, these younglings have come seeking the Mithril Ring to counter the curse. The Mithril Ring. You seek to use its power to banish the Djinn once again. I would grant you this boon, however my daughter holds the ring, and she went missing shortly before the curse was cast upon us. Now that I think about it, that is rather convenient timing. If the princess holds the ring, the Djinn may have taken her. If it is so, I fear for my precious Sarah. The Djinn must have taken her to its cave to the north. Don't worry, sir. We'll get her back. And sire, I would like to ask your leave to accompany these brave souls to the sealed cave and rescue Lady Sarah. And now we know that this fellow is Ingus, a loyal soldier of King Sassoon's army. He narrowly escaped the Djinn's curse. His prime concern is finding the missing Princess Sarah. You have my leave, Ingus. Unless there are any objections? Of course not. His sword's worth twice that of these two. Now that's not fair, but I agree that having one of the king's men with us would help us a lot. And Ark just doesn't get to have a say in the matter. There's a secret passageway in the sealed cave. Search for the skeleton key. I am counting on you and your friends, Ingus. Banish the Djinn and save us all. Now, you're assuming a lot here by calling us friends. We met this fellow right at the door, and we've spoken for all of maybe 5 minutes. But that's about as long as we spoke to Refia, too, and she's apparently getting a full vote in this party, so what do I know? In fact, getting more of a vote in this party than... than Ark is. What do you have? So you're one of the king's men. Presumably part of the royal army. and you have the same leather junk and knife everyone else has. You ever get this feeling this King's Army doesn't have that much of a budget? Like they just got a real limited situation here. Really seems unfortunate. But between Ingus being a level higher than us and having sufficiently higher hit points, I think we're gonna see about making Ingus the face of the party here. The face that gets punched, that is. What this does definitely tell me, though, is before we go to that sealed cave, let's head back to the original town and get everybody a full set of gear. Is based on the absolute slamming we took in the Mithril Mine, I'm gonna be a little bit better prepared for anything we go to afterward. And after all, I can just freely fly around with the airship, so why wouldn't I take advantage of that, right? Do I care enough to teach everybody Poisoner? I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. Because we can just pass Cure and Poisoner around, so that's not really a concern. We do, however, want to make sure that everybody's properly equipped. So we need another leather shield. Everybody's got leather caps already. We need 3 more leather bracers. I mean, bronze bracers, rather. I'm surprised that instead of leather bracers, it's bronze. Like, that's the one bronze thing. The ads are running, but that's why I'm spending the time doing inventory right now. So y'all don't have to worry about being in here for that part. Now, based on the fact that we have a full party here, I'm considering giving somebody a bow. And if I'm gonna have Ingus focusing on being the damage absorber, I might actually give Luneth the bow. And have Luneth focus on being a damage source for the party. That might be an interesting setup. And I do want to learn about how the bows and arrows work. Because I assume there's going to be a class in the future that will focus on that, so learning about that early would be a good idea. Yeah, obviously you lose your shield. My big concern is whether these arrows get used up. If they get used up in combat, that's a problem. If they don't, then that's fine. This is also why I didn't buy a longsword for Ingus. Is the fact that I was just gonna pass along Luneth's sword, or for the time being. But this way, everybody's got bracers, everybody's in good order there. It is interesting how a staff is one-handed. So you could actually, like, do staff and sword and just go full Gandalf if you wanted to. Though, more sensibly, it'd probably be staff and shield to keep your caster alive. Since they're all freelancers right now, I'm going to keep them all with actual, like, viable, real weapons instead of staves. Because I'm assuming there's no benefit to using a staff early on. Because I would assume they don't, like, get a magic boost or anything from having a staff. And yeah, Ingus just straight up has one more stat point than everyone by being level 4 instead of level 3, it looks like. Still no job levels, though, so maybe he's new to the army. Hard to say. Yeah, the ads are already almost done, so we're good there. You know what? We do have 4 people. Let me grab at least one other copy of Poisoner. Is the problem will end up coming from if I pass the spell around to... Oh, actually, yeah, that is a problem now that I think about it. Let's teach Arc Poisoner. Because the problem is, if I have Refia move her magic around, that means somebody else ends up with Blizzard. And I won't be able to get that back on Refia without pulling whatever other spells that other person has. So for Luneth and Refia, it suddenly becomes complicated to pass magic around. And Refia's spell points are all probably going to be going to casting attack spells anyway. So I'll just let that one poison get passed between Arc and Ingus at need. And have Luneth focus on carrying around Cure. Actually, you know what? No, there's something I want to experiment with. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. I just went and got people geared up properly. What I want to test is what happens if somebody's already got... Okay, perfect. Yeah, if they've already got the spell, it won't transfer it. So you get to keep the copy that's already there, so more or less we can just pass Cure around this way as well. Because I think I'd rather have Arc have the healing magic at the moment. Because I feel like that's going to be the split this party's going to have at the moment. Is Arc's going to be the healer, Refia will be the magic attacker, Luneth will be just kind of floating around filling whatever role is in need at the time, and Ingus will be the one getting their head bashed in and taking damage for the team. That's going to be kind of the role layout at the moment. Which makes it interesting that I decided to give Arc dual weapons, but it's fine. We don't really have enough magic at the moment to really be making healing or attacking magic somebody's only job. Do I really want to just go right in the cave, though, or do I want to prep a little bit first? Like, I don't know how bad this is going to be. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? It's not like I need to worry about avoiding first death, because we've already died once. But whether you think that was a fair death or not, it was still a death that happened. And by having saved before I come in here, it should be fine. Okay, it's the same enemies, but we do have 4 people now instead of 2, so it should go better. See how well Blizzard does. So I'm assuming while blinded, it doesn't matter as much. Of course, there's a real chance she might not even get to cast that spell before she dies. Or, you know, Arc's just gonna get one shot from the health that Arc had instead. Okay, Blizzard's powerful. Good to know. $70 crit, huh? Heh, heh. I think I was right to be worried about going in here. Is half the party died. Refia and Ingus gain a level. Unfortunately, the other 2 gain nothing because they died. Gotta go! This does, however, mean that everybody else is going to be forever behind in level, which is going to be annoying to me. Since we know that Wellspring Water can bring back the dead, we'll just touch the Wellspring in here and be fine. Oh. I didn't even consider there'd be a cutscene here. I'll wait here. I don't want to see my father. At least not yet. Refia has left the party. You know what? That makes sense. This does mean that I can't heal her with the Wellspring Water. But she wasn't the one in desperate need in that regard, so I guess that's fine. Ah, there you are. Let's hurry. Chop chop. Yeah, see, she's still injured. And blinded. Ah, that's mildly annoying. Because that's the convenient wellspring of free healing. Fine, I guess I'll use the 1 eye drops and 1 potion to fix Refia then. There you go. That also does mean she didn't get her spell charges back, though, which is the big problem. Considering how effective Blizzard's been already. I tell you what, though, let's take a look around this forest here for a moment, see how the fights here look. Because we may be better served doing a little bit of training out here first, before going back into the cave. Oh, get a load of these guys. These look so much more impressive than half the other things we've been fighting, and yet they do no damage. Okay, game. Probably don't need to use magic on them. Oh, I was right to fear about arrows being used up. We are ditching that bow. Oh, Ingus did a double attack. Look at that. You may have missed it, but Luneth just punched them with the bow. Which is a problem. What that means is we're just gonna go buy another longsword, and Luneth will use a longsword. And a shield, probably, for the time being. Unless I want to go double sword? There we go. Both of them caught up in level. Oh, never mind. That's 2 levels for Refia already. That must have been so much experience from that mummy that she was close to a 2nd level. So yeah, Refia is the same level as Ingus now, and Luneth and Ark are both behind a level still. And it looks like, yeah, their stat growths are just going to be universal, presumably because Freelancer stat growth is just, like, flat. Everything goes up. Which is not a bad thing inherently, especially early on. And yeah, see, the 1 arrow got used up, so for the moment, take a pair of knives, and we'll get you better stuff here in a minute. I don't even know why I bothered equipping the knives. I think my brain was just like, well, what if you get jumped on the way to town, though? So yeah, nuts to the bow. The bow is getting left in Rotland, possibly for eternity. Unless we end up with somebody who relies on bows. The reason why I assumed it was going to be consumed is the fact that the arrow cost a whole 4. So that seemed like a likely problem. Maybe in the future we'll worry about that, but for the time being, I do not care for dealing with arrow management. Like, for example, if we end up with a class that relies on bows as their best thing, for example. Yeah, we'll go with dual longswords for Luneth for the time being. Go ahead and hit the inn while we're here. Top up everybody's health and everything. How do I actually use the inn, though? Since we were told... Oh, there we go. I was about to say, we were told we were free to stay here. I just needed to figure out how. Because I would have figured talking to the one running it would be what lets us do it, but no, it's talk to the bed. Ah, I slept like a log. There we go. Now everybody's back at full stuff. Though, actually, do take note of the fact that Refia has 1 less hit point than Ingus. Even though they're the same level and their stat lines are the same. So there is some variation there. There is a mild bit of variation. Actually, we have tons of money. I should probably buy some stuff at the item shop here before we go too far. I don't really need to be so miserly with my stuff. There we go. 5 of each thing should be good enough. I learned how to just hang on to my money early on from the previous 2 games, wanting to just take every cent I had and for everything I encountered. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna save my money. But clearly, saving my money ain't gonna be the play here. But I assume the idea is going to be we do this adventure, then we go to see the crystal and gain job abilities more than likely. Let's do a little bit more fighting out here, get everybody up to 5, and then we'll go back into the sealed cave. So I'm figuring 5 will be enough to make us viable in there. These goblins don't stand a chance. Yeah, they literally weren't even worth experience. I wonder if there's a split in the trees here for a purpose. 'Cause it almost feels like there's a reason for there to be that gap in the trees so you could land here. So I'm going to specifically walk around in these trees up here. Hello. Werewolf. Hit it. We don't have silver, so just hit it really hard. Oh, well, that wasn't that big a deal. A whole 3 experience for a werewolf. Well, getting the feeling that we might not be able to get much training done here, actually. Unless I find those berserkers again. Yeah, you know what? We might just have to go to the sealed cave and just accept our fate. We are doing better damage than we were before, so we might be okay. Because everybody's doing double attacks. Good job gaining a job level from fighting trash there, Ark. Way to go, buddy. Yeah, to hell with it. So I can't really rely on gaining experience when most of the fights we're getting are junk, you know? Just doesn't seem worth it. We'll just have to be kind of careful at first in here. I say as I go blitzing inward. But I'm kind of hoping to find treasure quickly. Doesn't seem like it's happening. But I'm looking. Okay, just a pair of mummies again. Go ahead and Blizzard the one nobody's targeting. Yeah, see, we're still not doing a ton of damage to the mummies, and they do a lot to us still. I'm hoping that everybody combined can take one mummy, and obviously Refia blasts the other one. Okay, everybody combined was not enough to kill one mummy. Understood. Even with that crit, yikes. There it goes. So they've got like 50 something health. But everybody survived this time, and we got 50 experience, which is not enough to level anybody, apparently. But good thing we have all of that healing ability. Okay, all party members works out pretty well. Ark having 40 should be good enough. Seems like your split's better in this one right off the top, but that's probably because it's just a better spell at the moment. Like, it doesn't need to level up to be a better spell. Okay, we got a skeleton. Everybody attack the skeleton. The mummy is known quantity, so we blast the mummy. Okay, good. You went faster than either of them, so you're able to get rid of one of them before they can be a problem. Ow. I probably should have blasted the skeleton. it hits harder. Not bad, Refia. I wonder if they have damage types and resistances accordingly. Level up, and a job level up. Okay, everybody's up to 5 now, so that's good. But, ow. So far, this cave is pain. But you know what? We got a potion. Damn it. I was really hoping that was going to be something more than that. But at the rate we're taking damage, maybe that's good. Welcome in, Freya Moonlight. And yeah, we are at our doom right now, it seems. Right off the bat, we are dealing with things that could just rip us asunder. But we'll make it work. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right, they can poison. Nah, you missed. Yeah, just burn your turns poisoning. That's actually perfect. Just keep doing that. This admittedly does mean my blizzard may have been unnecessary, but that's fine. We actually got through that encounter clean. So you've played 8 Final Fantasy 3 before? There we go. Level for Refia. Job level up. Regular level up. Perfect. Okay. As I had mentioned at the beginning of this, despite 2 being one of the ones that I had said that I had experienced the least, I had managed to experience this one even less. This was like an absolute 0 for me, having had any experience for it. So there's a lot of, oh, this is a surprise happening. That's fair. Considering it's been a while, that would make sense. I opened this menu for a reason. And I already don't remember what it was. So based on the fact that everybody's health's gone up, let's go ahead and just top up everybody a little bit there. Let's see about poking my head a little further in the hopes of finding more treasure. The long winding path. Yep, that's forward progress. Okay. Let's check the other path. And then we'll probably step out to recharge and then go down further. Because we only have one more blizzard left. Ow. Ow. And Refia's blind again. Great. On the bright side, the skeletons actually do genuinely seem to be not as bad as the mummies. At the very least, they're less durable than the mummies are. Which makes sense if you think about it, because what's a mummy but a skeleton covered in lots of wrapping, which gives it some padding? What is up here? Cure. Okay, that's actually somewhat useful, because that means a second person can have the ability to heal. And out of this party, I feel like I want to give it to Ingus. Because Ingus is the most likely one to survive. That seems like a good idea. Just go like full paladin vibes with Ingus right now. The skeleton does do the most damage and is the most likely for us to be able to take it out, so let's just focus that one down first. Considering its stabs also can blind, that's a whole other reason to get rid of it quickly. Yeah, that's what I figured you were gonna miss. Oh, you're doing an area poison this time. Didn't hit anybody, but that's upsetting to know that you can do that. What that tells me is the enemies have the same access to using any spell as an area effect, just like we can. But they'll just choose one or the other, which is interesting. There we go. That complicates my life. But on the bright side, we are still gaining levels at a pretty rapid rate in here. No big surprise considering how dangerous this is, but it's interesting that they just kind of throw you in head first here a bit. Which is par for the course based on our experience with 1 and 2. But they're throwing you in head first differently? Because the intro gives you a very different feel of how things were gonna go, and then suddenly murder mode engages. So it's interesting. Great, now Luneth's blind too. Luneth is also very soon to be dead again instead, which is a problem. I'm gonna just try to rush it down and then we'll fix afterwards. Yep, I calculated properly. Let's go. I was pretty sure we could kill it before it could kill us, but that was a gamble. Let's see about putting your body back together again. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. And we'll just have you cure yourself. Not heal yourself, that doesn't help anything. Use some of those eye drops and we can stay out here a bit longer. So I am going to start heading back toward the entrance, I think. So I think what we're gonna do is after we go rest at the inn again and recharge, we're gonna start holding our magic for things other than mummies and skeletons. So we can get further in without using up all of our spell points. Since we do have very limited spell points at the moment. And no means of getting additional copies of Blizzard at the moment. So I presume once we fix the spell shop in Kazos, we'll probably get access to at least some more basic black magic. Maybe access to buying Cure as well. Which, if we do have access to both of those, I will probably just buy them for everyone. To save myself having to shuffle things around, because at the rate we're making money at the moment, I'm not super concerned about that aspect. Not like I was in the previous 2 games. That a lot of that's going to be calculated on the fly because of the fact that I don't know what I'm getting into. When we get to Final Fantasy IV, once this is done, I want to say I'll remember a bit about that one at least. It's ironic that the set of Final Fantasies that people funded up to are genuinely the ones I know the least about. From 5, 6, 7, and 8, I do know a decent bit with. 9 would be another kind of blind spot for me, because I missed the boat on that one. And then 10, I have played the vast majority of, so I would at least have an idea there, and then we would go back to blind spot past that. Because 10 was the last one I had played, aside from a bit of 14, is, you know, basically everybody's played a little bit of 14, if not a lot of 14. Actually, I can also technically say I've played a bit of 11 too, but that's a whole other discussion too. No, there's nothing else I wanted to do here. Had a brief moment of like, should I buy more Poisona or something? And the answer is not really. What I assume the intention is, since they gave you those 2 Antarctic winds right off the top, is they probably expected you to use them on your first couple rough encounters with the mummies and such, to slingshot yourself forward. And I've just decided to be really frugal and not use them. Or they just genuinely expect you to struggle, which, that's also fair. Okay, at least that balanced out. 1 miss, 1 crit. That evens up nicely. Okay, good. I was concerned they were going to double up and Luneth was going to hit the floor right away, which would have been a grand inconvenience to our overall process here. In hindsight, though, probably should have stocked up on extra potions, since we have the money. But I'm also still in the habit of every individual item taking up space. So... Hi. We're in the first dungeon and you're giving me high potions? What's going on here? You get the feeling that this is gonna be a weird experience. So I'm getting the feeling this is gonna be a weird experience. Is just to be... Oh, interesting. Refia now has more health than Ingus. I guess maybe health rolls are slightly random then? Interesting. Because their stat lines are still the same, right? Yeah. Oh, the job level might be a factor, though. She's got 1 more job level. I'm learning. Focus the skeleton down so it doesn't blind or kill people. Business as usual. It's really worth considering giving somebody... Oh, actually, no, we can't give anybody else the bronze knuckles because we found those. We didn't buy those. Like, I could switch them to somebody else, but then what would Refia be doing? Answer casting magic, but that's a whole other situation. Considering Refia is one of our 2 highest level, she's obviously going to keep one of the better weapons for the time being. More job levels. The easy answer as far as the job level question, though, will be just take a look at the menu now, and... No, their health pools didn't change when they gained job levels, so either they get them occasionally, or job level is irrelevant to health pool. Interesting. What the... Cursed Copper. Okay. And there's just 2 of them. It looks like they are sets of 3. Okay, well, let's just hit the coins. Figure it out. Okay, they don't hit super hard, but they stun, it looks like? Okay, and they're not super strong. If it weren't for the stun, I would actually be much more interested in fighting these compared to everything else in here so far. That stun has the potential to be a big problem, especially if it carries over after combat. Worth a lot of money and experience, though, for not being that dangerous. Everybody's level 7 now, which is good. That's 5 spell points and a good bit of strength for everybody. I do wonder if I would be better served by having everybody dual wield at the moment. just because of how much more of a or damage output everybody would have, since the shields don't give that much defense, but they do give some status effect protection too, and that's kind of what I was going for. 500 more gil. Aha! I just kind of happened to poke this skull because they'd mentioned a skeleton key. The hesitance between skeleton and key kind of gives away the fact that the bones were relevant. I didn't think I was going to get the right one the first time. Oh, you're just here already, huh? Okay. Ingus, thank the heavens you're all right. Milady, you must hurry back to the castle. We'll take care of the rest here. Before you go, we need to borrow your mithril ring. There's no need. I'll go with you. I've come here to banish the Jinn and save my people, just like you. Her Royal Highness has spoken. What should we do? She should be alright as long as Ingus looks after her. No harm will come to Lady Sarah as long as I live and breathe. Thank you, everyone. Princess Sarah has joined the party. What are we gonna do with a 5th party member? Oh, before I forget, press the Y button whenever you wish to speak with me. Now, let's hurry. Ta-da! Dedicated Sarah button. The Jinn is a fire elemental. It should be susceptible to cold. And so it should be weak to the blizzard spell and the Antarctic wind item. Okay, well, it was kind of obvious that it was going to be weak to ice even before we found out that it was a fire elemental, just because of the fact that we were given the blizzard spell. The game would not have given us blizzard first if that didn't matter. Like, generally they start with fire if they're just giving you a spell with no particular adherence to it. You're the one with 2 weapons, so I'd rather you burn your spell points first. But this way we're at full strength for the upcoming conflict. So I'm assuming the Jinn is just right up ahead. Eeny, meeny, miny, this way. I might have picked correctly the first time, which is not what I wanted. Oh, we got new enemies. Larva does not seem like a correct name for these things. Oh, she actually just blasts things with magic. Alright, sure. Thank you, Sarah. So what I'm hearing is we can get tons of free experience by letting Sarah blast everything. Assuming it isn't A, random chance that she activates, and B, it isn't... Oh, yep, there's the Jinn. I literally ran straight to it first try. Let's not fight that yet. Oh, we got zombies. Revenants, apparently, but still. Yeah, no, she just attacks every time, it seems, so we have no reason not to loot this whole place, then. Oh, she does different things, though. She healed me when I was already at full health, so, thanks, I guess? So I guess her actions are gonna be random, then, which is an inconvenience to a degree. Howdy, Natra, how you doing? Congrats on the 115 stream streak. It's wild to think it's already been 115 streams so far, or even in just the last couple months. Nice, nice. It's like, I don't think you joined up at the beginning of the year completely. Like, not too far afterwards, really, but just in the last few months, there's been over 115 streams. Good lord. Okay, nothing that way. Oh, has it been that long? Goes to show just how much time from that point onward pretty much has been slipping away from me. For some reason, I thought you had followed since like mid-January. What do I know, though? I've never claimed to be good at keeping track of these things particularly. Maybe I'm just marking, like, greater interaction at that point. Hard to say. Another high potion. Why am I getting high potions in the first dungeon? What is this? Eye drops. Great. I'm glad I came all the way back over here for eye drops. I only missed a couple streams in December because it really would have been like around Christmas itself that there would have been any missing. I didn't cancel like any that I can think of. Because I don't cancel streams outside of very significant things happening. And the schedule hasn't changed. I would have to go look back at the VOD list, though, to verify that. But as a general rule, there really is, like, no interruption on the schedule. Now, obviously, in months where there are less days or it cuts off weird in the week, that's a whole other situation. Okay, half the party got poisoned. Also worth bearing in mind that poison does direct damage in addition to poisoning people, which makes it inherently more useful than half the poison spells in any other RPG. Well, I only take 2 days off in any given week, so that's 5 streams a week. And generally there's 4 weeks in a month, so yeah, averaging 20 streams a month sounds about right numbers-wise. Because we've just started the 5th month of this year, so yeah, mathematically you would have to have started your streak at the end of last year. So I suppose it might have been as... I don't have that because people get weird about watch time and everything. Not to mention it just leads to a lot of clutter of people popping a bunch of random commands that arguably mean nothing. That also isn't a thing, but good try. I think there's like 7 or 8 active commands on this channel at all. Something like that. Like, there really are not very many. And there's specifically one that I've not mentioned that much. Nope, you'd be looking for donate if you want the Ko-fi link. Prepare to meet your doom, Jin. This ring will banish you once and for all. Yeah, because I'm sure just waving the ring at it's gonna be good enough. Nothing's happening. Why? Your bauble has no power over me now that I'm infused with the power of darkness. Oh, time to beat the darkness out of you, then. Don't take that out of context. Now, we know that he's weak to ice, so obviously you're gonna cast Blizzard as much as possible, and everybody else just beat the piss out of him until he stops moving. Thank you for actually doing an attack spell this time, Sarah. If she had healed me when I was already full health again, I was gonna be very cross. I mean, you can. Gotta be careful, though, because if you don't swing it hard enough, you just move the darkness somewhere else. Also, ow, that hurt a lot. Thankfully, that also hurt him a lot. You don't have Cure, so you attack. Arc, you heal Lunith. You continue blizzarding until the end of days. I really should have had Ingus heal first. Thinking about it, because Arc does have 2 weapons, so technically does more damage. But I think Ingus's damage is about the same / more reliable, question mark? Oh, you get double turns sometimes, huh? That's upsetting. I suppose that makes it fair considering you are 1 against 4. But at the same time, ow. Compensate, though. Let's do an AoE heal in turn here. Okay, good. She's still attacking. I was about to, once again, be very upset if she healed us while I'm already healing. Though I think with the amount of heal from an AoE Cure, it might have actually been fine if she healed twice. There we go. When I think of something that I would have a reason to have cost 100,000 channel points, which is probably never. Unless you want me to just add a throw my points away button. Because I could do that. I could just give you a button that literally just throws the points away. You cannot escape the ring's power now. No! He gave me a voice and you gave me 2 lines! Well... Hey, what's going on? You must return to the castle, milady. Do not for us. We'll be fine. What's happening? Thing is... Well... Guess we're going into the ring with the Jin. Bye, everybody. Short game. Now we're actually going back to the crystal, I presume. Where are we? I'm slowly defining everybody's voices along the way for the party members, don't mind me. I recognize this place. It's the cave with the crystal. It would take more than that to earn my respect. It is I who summon you. I am Zordon. I needed 4 teens with attitude to save the world. You 4 have been chosen to be the warriors of the light, the bringers of hope. You must take with you the last of my light and the last of your world's hope. Unless you act, the light will be lost and the equilibrium forever broken. Once you take in the light, you will be able to extract the power from the other crystals. Do not misuse this. I'ma misuse it. God damn it, why do I keep trusting children with power? It really is a question why they keep trusting, like, young adults and kids with all of these magical powers. Yep, that sure is a shiny rock. Is something meant to be happening right now? There we go. Oh, actual title card time. Okay. We died in the prologue, in other words. Well, that's a shame. Though, to be fair, sudden things that do half your health per hit would do that. Was it a golden one for Golden Week, or is it just there for reasons? Because I know a lot of people were doing that for Golden Week recently. Next time. This way you can just iterate on the idea. Somehow no one will be expecting it anyway. Sure, why not? When the four were bathed in its light, they knew its will, its fear, its hope, and the destiny that awaited them. You must drive the darkness from this world and restore light to its rightful place. You are our last hope. In other words, the world is doomed. But, you know, we'll work with it as best we can. Pizza. You have been blessed with the crystal's light. Ta-da! Now go. Step on the shining circle behind this altar to return to the surface. Embrace your destiny, warriors of light. Now, if we could just step on that circle and be teleported, why did you teleport Luna randomly earlier? Congratulations, Kupo. You can now change jobs. You can access job-specific abilities by changing jobs, Kupo. Be careful, though. You won't be automatically proficient in each job, Kupo. You'll need to practice each new job to maximize its potential, Kupo. Try it out. Good luck, Kupo. There was, in fact, a Moogle. In fact, was that? Is that technically the first appearance of the Moogles? Trying to think of when they actually first show up. Problem is, I don't know if they show up in the original version of 3 or not. Because that's where the difference will come in from. As to when their first appearance actually is. I don't know. Let's see what job options we have, though. We have Warrior, Monk, Black Mage, White Mage, Red Mage, and Thief. We actually have a good amount right off the top. Okay. So let's see. Ingus, you're gonna be our Warrior. Because you are already going to be the frontline take hits man. Though it mentioned something about 2 battles for job adjustments, so that's concerning. Yeah, but I'm not talking about when they took off in popularity. I'm talking about the very first appearance. Because I know they were in 6 for the Super Nintendo, which was labeled 3. So I used to think that was the first time they showed up. But I don't know now that they appear here, but that feels like something that was added based on the way that looked, so I don't know. And obviously, Black Mage for you, due to the nature of the fact that you are our attack caster at the moment, though now you can't use those knuckles, but that's okay. Okay, that is verified then. Very good. I don't think I'm gonna have you dedicate as a White Mage right now. I think I'll actually have you be our Red Mage. That's a good look for you. This way they can keep their dual wielding going for the time being. To keep the ability to use the cure spell and everything. Now Luneth. I was originally going to have Luneth be the red mage, but we don't need 2 red mages. I think I'm actually gonna have you go Thief. His Thief, I think, will be useful. Why does that have a longer job adjustment phase? That would make sense. Not really that into the Thief design for this game, but you know what? It is what it is. Oh, you can only use a knife now, though, so hey, you use 2 longswords now. And you take this dagger, so you're a little less useless for the moment. Now, the thing is, what do jobs actually do for us in this game becomes the fun question. Obviously, stat adjustments are going to be a factor. But I wonder what else they actually do in terms of actual mechanical impact. Okay, Crystal's dead now. I wanted to see if the crystal had anything else to tell us before we flew away, but nope. What this does mean, though, is whenever I do a job adjustment, I should just go fight a bunch of garbage battles for a little bit to keep from being in a bad position when we do real battles. So, like, just running around out here for a minute or something. Okay, they do gain new buttons, like we have Steel now. Obviously, you still have Magic. You have Magic. And you have Advance. What does Advance do? I'm assuming it's like a threat generation of some kind. Oh, neat, we actually succeeded on our first Steel and got a potion. Yeah, that goblin had no chance. Even with our stats reduced, they had no chance. What a different looking party we have here suddenly. I do appreciate that even these named characters, though, end up with different costumes depending on their job. That is something that at some of the Final Fantasies I feel didn't do right, where their job didn't have anything unique to it other than the mechanics. Like a bunch of your named characters in Tactics, for example, would retain the same sprite the whole time, and it's just like, it's not that exciting. That is a color, yes. I don't know why you're mentioning the color red there, Natra, but yes, that is a thing. Oh, yeah. Ah, that would do it. Do. Good luck. Okay, everybody else's job adjustment's done. Luneth is just still adjusting to his new life of crime. Speaking of, let's go pick up a better knife for him so he's using dual daggers instead of a dagger and a knife. So actually, we should go check the other town. Now that we've freed everyone. Which, speaking of, we no longer have access to the airship, I presume, now that Sid is no longer a ghost. I'm sure he's taking his airship back. Which will be a direct inconvenience to my life. So actually, I'm not even going to bother going in there. We're just going to go right on down here. And we're going to have a whole thing happen, I'm sure. I'll wait here. I don't want to see my father. At least not yet. Okay, so Refi is still not ready to talk to her dad, even though we've solved the problem. But they still have some issues to wait. Shouldn't you... What? Shouldn't the curse have been lifted because we beat the Jinn? What? What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. The Jin is what cast the curse on them, so the curse shouldn't be a thing anymore. I guess we gotta go back to the castle first, then? Before the curse gets lifted? That's annoying. Well, time to go do some extra walking. Off we go. Did it mess with my party order? No, okay. That reminds me, formation. Okay, no, that's only vertical. There's not forward and back, it looks like, in this one. I don't know if it prioritizes vertically like it does in some of the others, so I'm gonna do it this way then. And have Ingus be at the top of the list. Then Luneth second, Arc third, Refia fourth. It's very funny to me that our Black Mage has the most health. Something seems slightly wrong there, but you know what? It's fine. For anybody wondering why I gave people the classes I gave them, by the way, it kind of just was temperament for the most part. Refia just seemed like the type to want to blow things up with magic, so I gave her Black Mage. Arc seems more the helpful, protective type of the two with that, so I gave Arc the healing magic. And, you know, Ingus being a soldier warrior made sense. Everyone, Ingus. Lady Sarah, I am glad to see you're safe. Now I must cleanse the ring in the Blessed Spring, and that should lift the curse. The Blessed Spring flows below Castle Sassoon. Let's hurry inside. Okay, so we have more work to do before we break the curse, but we'll hold there since the ad's playing now. Oh, we're just taken directly there. I was right that the water here was going to be important. Princess Sarah throws the ring into the water. The curse should be lifted now. You should go speak to Father. And we're just up here now immediately. You have returned. Your courageous deeds have saved the kingdom. You have my deepest gratitude. Thank you, sire, but we must go. We've been chosen to be the Warriors of Light. Warriors of the Light, you say? Ingus, are you leaving as well? Yes, sire. I see. Then I bid you all well. Know that our hopes go with you, young champions. Yes, sire. Take this with you. It will surely prove itself useful during your journey. King Sassoon presents you with a magical folding canoe. It always comes back to a canoe. We always have a canoe with us, apparently. That also presumably allows us to get the airship back, considering it's like on the other side of some water right now. But since the ads are running, we're gonna hold tight for a second here. We have a minute of time before the ads finish running, so I'm gonna get up right fast and be right back. Okay, I have returned just in time for the ads to be over. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. All you missed was a cutscene where the ring was thrown into the sacred spring down below the castle here. We got warped literally all the way there, so you didn't miss any action. And now we can actually do things. We also received from the king a magical folding canoe, because apparently we always have a canoe. That's just a thing. So yeah, that catches y'all up on what happened in that brief time there. We're gonna go ahead and run back out of the castle and go ahead and do what I was trying to do when we found out everybody was still cursed. So I suppose we should check to see if we can grab the airship. Oh, they got two different flavors of knights. I hear that Kazu's smith and his apprentice were the ones who forged the mithril ring. Maybe I should go train under them. I mean, if you want to be a smith, sure. 'Tis honest work. Saringus, do not worry about Princess Sarah. We will protect her with our lives. Good for you. Thank you, Warriors of Light. You've saved us all. Saringus, the king has been worrying about you since you left. Well, he's gonna keep worrying. Angus, ever since we were little, you always had bested me. And he's gonna keep doing that, because now he's gonna gain magical powers, so good luck with that idea. Everyone! Oh, just up on the wall. It's Lady Sarah. Everyone, be safe. Promise you'll come back to Sassoon when your duty's done. Fear not, our word is our bond. We shall return. Meanwhile, yep, the airship's still sitting right there. And we can still use it. I'm assuming Sid's gonna take it back when we get back to town, but at the very least, we at least get to use it to get back. Yep, he's just waiting for us at the edge of town. Father? Refia, you're all right. Thank heavens. Don't cry, Father. Everyone's looking. Doesn't matter. I was so worried about you. Now let's go home. Nope. But wait, Father! Oh, that's a whole thing. Finally, we can go back to working in the mithril mines. I don't know if that's a great idea, but you know what? You do you. I'm assuming there's no more Djinns buried in the mines. I heard that when mithril is forged by a trained smith, it gains special properties. Interesting. And yep, there's all the attack magic. So let's buy 2 of each of these. Because obviously nobody else can use these spells anymore other than Ark and Refia. But we can probably get better gear here too. We'll have to sort out stuff for Refia ahead of time. I can do business again, thank you. Yep, mithril rod, mithril knives, and mithril swords. So we need 3 mithril swords, 2 mithril knives, and a mithril rod. Which was most of my money. Bit of a price jump there. Just a little bit. Worth it though, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a 7 attack increase. That is worth it. Let's see, 2 mithril knives for you. 2 mithril swords for you. There's a temptation to go sword and rod, just for style, for Ark, but at the same time, it would just be such a massive downgrade that I don't think I'm that interested in style. And sell the bow. We're gonna keep the leather shield because it'll be useful. The knuckles are staying as well. The dagger, okay. That cleans up all that. We might not be able to afford armor for everybody. Considering we have 1,000 gil left, I'm kind of concerned on that front. But we'll work that out as we go. Need be, we will prioritize. Thank you. I'd gotten so used to looking like a ghost, I started thinking like one, looked for places to haunt. So you chose to just haunt your own shop? Probably for the best, really. So we got mithril gloves and mithril bracers. Oh, bracers are the smaller option. Okay. Yeah, I would assume at least, since that's what works for our caster there. Interesting that they can wear armor, but they can't wear gloves. The way they define those things is always odd and interesting to me. Based on the money we have, I'm gonna go ahead and get a full set of gloves and bracers for everybody. I'm gonna assume bracers are gonna be what's for the black mage as well. We can get a full set of helmets. This way we can, like, take care of people across the board instead of anybody having more than others at the moment. Because these should be more than enough to give us quite the advantage compared to not having them. Because going up to 9 defense at the worst is pretty good. So once I clean up what we don't need, I can probably also afford a better shield. Yeah, I can get one better shield, which is all we need at the moment. Bazingus is the only one using his shield now. So it's not that much of an increase. It's still better than no increase at all. We would need a second one for Refia, but we'll worry about that later on. As mentioned before, I could sell those magic items to make up the money pretty easily, or sell the bronze knuckles, but I don't want to do either of those things. I could sell the high potions as well. They're 300 each. And what are the odds of me needing to heal 500 hit points anytime soon? Thing is, both of those would only really net me 2 suits of armor? And I don't know if that's worth scrounging that hard for right now. We went from feeling like I had piles of money with the couple thousand I had to being broke as a joke. Oh, there's the Moogle again. He might be about to tell me about another game mechanic, or there's just Moogles around in town. They are just a species in this world, after all. Oh, right. There's online things that we're never gonna use, so... Disregarding Moogle. Sorry, little buddy. Have you been to Nell Valley? It's the only passage in the Parmeni Mountains that connects Inner and Outer Sassoon. There's a big rock blocking the way now. My grandpa lives in Cannon, but there's no way I could... Oh, Grandma lives in Cannon, but there's no way I can go see her. Well, that's a shame, kid. Now that the curse has been lifted, it's time to get back to business. Time for familial disputes. There's something extra amusing about walking in here when she's dressed like a black mage working in the smithy. Like, you're gonna melt trying to work in that outfit. What's that? What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Not trying to talk to you, I'm trying to talk to your daughter. I'm sorry. I want to go with you, but I don't think Father would let me. You ran away from home once already. What makes you think that he can stop you? Direct inconvenience. Something's gonna have to happen to grant her the option to go with us, I have to assume. Let's go to the inn, because I assume Sid's around in here somewhere. Yep, there he is. Good work. I knew you'd pull it off for the moment I saw you. I'm guessing you can make better use of my airship than I can myself. But first, I want you to take me back to Cannon. Miss Cid's been waiting a mighty long time for me to come back. Oh, so we get to keep the airship. Sweet. He's just giving it away. But then again, he is giving it to people that are out to save the world, so kind of makes sense. Have you been to this town's mithril mines? I'm gonna tell you a secret, so listen up. There's a hidden passageway in those tunnels. I heard you can find it in the corner of the first room. I'd go look for it, but that place gives me the heebie-jeebies. Okay, so there's a secret in the caves. Look, I'm not a ghost anymore. Ah, sweet mortality, how I've missed you. Not something most people would say, but sure thing, bud. Do we have anything different in here? No, you just have potions, eye drops, and antidotes. Understood. I'm finally free of that awful ghost form. Now it's time for everyone to swoon over my beautiful appearance again. Sure thing, lady. Sure thing. That's why you stay up here where nobody can see you. So I assume the idea is going to be we take Cid over to Cannon and we come back and get Refia, probably. His things will have happened by then. This is also the only way to get to Cannon right now. Wait, we still can't cross the boulder this way. That is an impasse. Alright, Cid. You gave us access to your airship, but you didn't give us anything to work with about getting past that boulder. Let's talk to Cid, since we have a dedicated Cid button right now. You know what? If we put a mithril ram on the airship, we might just blow through that rock. Taka and Kazas could build us one, I reckon. Okay, so we're immediately turning back around to Kazas. Kind of figured. And I assume there's going to be an issue with the mithril mines, and we're going to have to solve that, which is why we go into the mithril mines, and why that secret passage is going to matter. Cid, you old dog, it's good to see you, and not through you again. Yeah, I hear you. Say, Taka, we were thinking about busting that rock in Nelv with the airship. But I reckon we'd need a mithril ram on the ship's bow. Think I could hack one together? Mithril ram, eh? Sounds feasible. Wait here and I'll smith you one in no time. Refia, give me a hand or three, will ya? She's really not into that. Done and done. Your airship's been fitted with the ram. You'll find it outside Kazas. Sterling handiwork as always, Taka. And fast, too. Let's set her up and bust some boulders. I know they both have similar voices, but I was getting a similar feel from both of them, so that's how we end up there. Let's see about that secret passageway in here, since apparently that's not actually going to be a problem. This is going to cause a little bit of an experience disconnect, but that's just the way it's going to be. There already was a little bit of one to begin with. Actually, you should try stealing from them. Oh, Cid gets involved too. He just casts fire, okay. Appreciate it, Cid. Makes it much harder to steal from things when Cid just blows them up, but you know what? It makes my life easier, so I'll take it. Now, they said the top corner of the first room. I don't think they specified which corner, did they? Yep, no Sid activity that time. I'ma rob ya. Got a potion. I mean, the free potions are all well and good, but I was really hoping for something else. Like anything interesting? We really have gained a lot of power. Failed to steal anything. I mean, he is blinded, so I see how he could fail to steal things when he can't see what he's trying to steal. Kind of makes it complicated. You think you're picking their pocket, but you just kind of like stuck his hand between the skeleton's ribs and is just really upset with him right now. Go ahead and fix that blind problem. There we go. Oh yeah, I completely neglected to teach people their magic. Arc, you learn that. Arc, you also... No? You don't have room for more spells of this level. You know, that is a problem I didn't think about. Let's test something. What happens if I remove that? Oh! That's super nice! You can actually just take spells out and they just go back in your inventory. Ah, I see. So actually, now thinking about it, I don't want you to have Blizzard then. You stick to having Fire, and Refia will do Ice, and you just have Sleep as your alternative. And we'll just keep a stock of spare spells to pass around as people gain and lose the ability to use magic then. We'll go with that route. Because right now, you still have Poison, but you can't use it. You still have Cure, but you also can't use it. But what that means is if, for example, I had somebody else who could use Cure, I could just take the Cure off Ingus and give it to them. Which is super nice. Brain. Aha! Da-na-na-na. Let's see what's behind door number this one. One would think that a secret passage inside a mithril mine would lead to some good stuff. It's a long passage, apparently. And it's still just skeletons, so... not really a big issue. Even less of an issue when Sid sets them on fire. It's nice seeing this party actually be effective, though. Considering when they were all freelancers, they weren't really doing a whole lot. They weren't kidding when they say that freelancers have low stats. A free mithril sword, and another mithril sword. Well, I'm so glad I bought 3 mithril swords only to get 2 of them for free. I was kind of hoping one of those boxes were going to be mithril armor. We got jumped by some coins. Oh, I don't know what stare does, and I don't like the idea of it. And that blinking is exactly why I have a flashing light warning on the stream. Is when the turtle boss made the screen flicker a bunch when it died. I'm like, yep, I should probably have that on for this whole thing. So, I wonder what job levels actually do for you, then. Like, maybe it just raises the effectiveness of whatever your special ability is with the job, since there's not, like, a whole, like, skill menu and such, or anything. I don't rightly know. But I suppose we'll pawn off these 2 mithril swords to make back some of the money I spent buying the mithril swords I had bought before. really, you know, y'all could do us a solid and sell us this stuff at a discount, considering, you know, we saved your lives and removed a really big problem for y'all. We're not gonna be able to afford 3 suits of armor immediately. We'll need to do a trade. But at the very least, I think after all said and done, we'll be able to afford our 3rd suit. Yeah, that is a massive defense increase. Worst case, we can pawn some stuff off. And we're gonna have to, because that's not quite enough. I mean, the enemies were dropping the high potions, so I'll just go ahead and sell one. It also puts me in closer striking distance of buying the 4th suit for when we have Refia back. Assuming we ever get Refia back, which I have to assume she will rejoin us at some future point. Because it'd be kind of weird if she didn't. Since she was only just recently listed as one of the Heroes of Light. It'd be kind of weird if it's like, nope, can't be a Hero of Light. I gotta stay home and study to be a blacksmith. So that's clearly more important than saving the world. So that is something she just kind of is going to have to solve on her own, I assume, is growing the confidence to disagree with her father. Confidence isn't really the right word, but I also didn't want to say backbone, because that didn't feel right either. Now watch as I probably damage the airship, crashing it into a boulder with a big metal ram on it. You guys are late! Oh, she's on the ship, okay. But I thought, shouldn't you be... We all promised the crystal we'd go on our journey. And I didn't want to be a smith just yet. I'm thankful to Father for taking care of an orphan like me all these years, but this is something I have to do. Oh, what do you know, she was an orphan too. Then, you know, I'm gonna assume all 4 of these kids are orphans. Because we know Luneth and Ark were orphans that were found. And now we know Refia is an orphan. The only one who isn't known quantity orphan or not orphan is Ingus now. Wait, you're an orphan too? You mean... I'm one too. Wait a minute. I too have no parents. There it is. It can't be a coincidence. The crystal must have known. Sounds like it's gonna be an interesting journey. Now let's go break that rock. Cid just steering everybody back on track immediately. Let's go. And we wrecked the airship. To no one's surprise. Phew. So you're telling me, game, you gave me an airship at the beginning of the game just to tease me by making me blow it up to get rid of a boulder. Why am I not surprised? I knew it was getting taken away from me somehow. We were not gonna get to have the joy of having an airship the whole game. There was no way that was happening, because that cuts out so many random encounters. It wouldn't be Final Fantasy if I didn't have a random encounter every 5 steps. Fucking course. But at least the gang's all here again, so let me get Refia sorted out once we do this cutscene. Thank you for your help, lads. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you out. I know, you'd probably want to get your hands on a new airship. Well, I'm the man for the job. But you'll have to meet King Argus first. See, I only made the airship's hull. The King's the one who knew the secret of creating airship engines. Come see me again once you've spoken with King Argus. Sid has left the party. Sad music. It is interesting for Sid to have not made the mechanisms. Usually he's like a fairly tech-savvy dude in these games. But he only made the hull this time. Alright, Raffia. Mithril Rod. Wait. Oh, you can't wear the Mithril Helmet. Well, that makes sense, but is also very upsetting. I got hopeful because of the fact that our red mage could wear the Mithril Helmet and everything, forgetting that red mages tend to be able to wear heavier armor than the rest of the mages. But I'm betting we'll be able to find things that'll be suitable for a black mage here then. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be other weapons here too that are going to make me regret having spent all my money. No, not really. There's just a great bow and iron arrows. That is some good damage though. Total 30 attack is pretty nice. So if I wanted to give my black mage a direct physical damage option, it would be the bow. Which it's interesting that you have your mages being your bow users. Huh. I like that idea. The thing is, both methods are attacking from range, which makes sense for fragile caster types. What kind of magic you got? You have Cure in addition to Thunder, Poison, and Blind. And these are level 2 spells. Good. I need more money, though. So I tell you what, now is the time where we sell these off. Especially since we're gonna have a lightning spell as is, and both of them can cast it, so I'm buying 2 copies of Thunder. I debated buying a copy of Thunder and a copy of, like, Poison or Blind. But I think in the immediate, we'll just give both of them Thunder, and then we'll diversify from there. More than likely giving Arc the more utility and weird spells, and giving Refia pure damage spells. So you get Thunder, you get Fire, and you get Sleep. If we had a, like, level 1 Thunder spell, I would just give her Blizzard, Fire, and Thunder at level 1, instead of her having any copies of Sleep at all. But for the moment, that'll have to do. So they've got a decent roster of spells now. Nobody else has any use for spells. Let's talk to some of these people. Arrow is a white magic spell that harnesses the power of wind to damage the enemy. Flying monsters are especially vulnerable to it. Okay. Yep, we've got a cutscene here. Why, hello there. I'm a dancer. Watch me prance. I guess there's a dancer in every town, then. These dances are a great time for me to take a drink, so this works out. Because it doesn't interrupt anything else. A house there. Oh. That young lad, Dench. Dench bought the last mini scroll off of me. What does the spell do? It shrinks you to gnomish size. That's what it does? Spell that makes you small, huh? That's probably going to be important at some point. And it's the same armor here. And yeah, see, I was right about the mithril armor being an issue. I really thought a helm would be okay. The fact that there's not any armor for mages here is annoying, though. This does mean that I may as well sell that mithril helm, though. Because by the time I have a need for that mithril helm, we'll probably be able to afford more of them, slash be able to get better helmets than that. And I suppose I'll just pawn off that spare blizzard. Oh, right. I had 2 blizzards. rid of the poisoner that would no longer need. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of that blizzard as well. Get some money back. At some point, those knuckles might be useful, so we'll still hang on to those. Let's fix up that inventory, though. It's kind of annoying having things way down there. There we go. And of course, in our key items, we have the magical folding canoe, which still makes me laugh. Alright, so that's as good as far as gear as Ruffy is gonna get, then. Why, hello there. We don't usually get this many visitors around here. The last one we had was a young man named Desh. I keep hearing about that Desh kid. Oh, got a whole thing happening here, huh? His Sid's gotten sick while I was away. Don't worry, she'll be fine. If only I get my hand on a bottle of elixir. I'm already seeing where this is going. We're gonna need to talk to some tiny people where the elixir is, probably. Which means we're gonna have to go find Desh, which means we're gonna have to go on a whole adventure to do that, probably. Now, where's this King Argus? That is the better question. There's a path over here, though. Wait. Apparently I can just walk through the river here, so let's find out where this leads. I'm assuming there's goodies at the end of it. Yep, there we go. You know how he was just asking for an elixir? Turns out it's not going to be a whole convoluted thing. There's just one on the end of the river here for some reason. Okay, that's fine. Sid did us a solid by letting us use the airship, so, you know, one good turn deserves another. Let's go give him this elixir. That is incredible timing. That I was like, we're going to have to do this whole big thing to get the elixir, probably. And lo and behold, it was just sitting in a box. I don't know why nothing happened there. Are we not missing any health? I thought we were missing like a little bit. Yeah, we are missing some health. I don't know why we couldn't heal at that wellspring. That was weird. Maybe their water's tainted. Hey Sid, guess what I found? I guess I can't use the... What? Maybe I walk up to her and use the elixir. Yep, there we go. My cough, it's gone. I feel better. Thank you all for helping me and Sid. I thought it was Sid talking there. Thank y'all again. That'll be 2 I owe y'all. You've grown so much. I've only known you for like an hour, but you've grown so much in that hour. What? You've only been with us for a couple days. We couldn't have grown that much. See, exactly. I just remembered. See that lamp on the wall? Push it. It's a distraction lamp. It'll open the way to the hangar where I used to park the old airship. There might be something in there you can use. And smoke bomb away. What's with people in these like magic disappearing walls around here? I tell ya, it's a whole thing. Let's see what goodies we receive in exchange for having given Miss Sid the elixir. Answer: a lot of goodies apparently. Blind, Phoenix Down, Gold Needle, Iron Arrow, Great Bow, Gnomish Bread, more Gnomish Bread, and a potion. And potentially something else, because there's this whole water path over here, too. Aha! Invisible path, leading to 4 more chests. 2,000 gil, 2,000 gil, Phoenix Down, and Phoenix Down. So we just gained 4,000 gil, plus a bunch of items, all for doing one good deed. And they say hero's work doesn't pay. I tell ya. That is a big payoff right there. Really makes me mildly regret having sold off those magic items now, but I wasn't gonna use them probably anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Don't you worry about us, and don't let us stop you from continuing that journey of yours. You be careful here. Yeah, I'll be as careful as I ever am, which means I'm probably gonna get myself killed again. I mean, what? Oh, and since we got blind for free, let's go ahead and teach that to Ark. And we'll go pick up a copy of Poison as well. We'll probably have Refia stick to, like I said, just throwing thunder at things. But Ark might spend more time using Poison than Thunder. Though neither... Oh no, Ark can use level 2. Refia cannot yet. Because Refia is a level or 2 behind after us walking around the mines, after all. So that makes nothing but sense. They're thankfully all still the same main level, there's just job level differences. Like right now, Ingus is job level 2 with Warrior. Level 2, level 2, level 1. That's the problem. Let's go ahead and pick up that magic. And I don't think there's anything else I need to pick up, really. Technically, I don't even need to pick this up, but I'm going to because I want it. Because I would like to have options. Options are fun. There we go. Now Ark has a full set of level 2 and level 1 spells at his disposal. Because after all, the Red Mage is meant to be your master of versatility, so you want to have a versatile set of options on your Red Mage. There's a world in which we take away one of those spells, probably Blind, in exchange for a level 2 White Magic spell, because we do need White Magic since we don't have a dedicated White Mage, but one problem at a time. Okay, you sell gold needles, so let's grab a couple of those. And you have echo herbs for curing silence, so we'll grab some of those too. Good thing we got all that extra money. I do think I'm gonna go ahead and sell the... Gnomish Bread displays a detailed map. Interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and sell the Great Bow, because I'm not likely to use it. Oh, that gave me a bunch of iron arrows. Well, they're all getting sold anyway, because I had already sold one, and I wasn't going to sit here with 19 of them and have it look awkward. We'll round off our stock of potions to 10. Yeah, 10 healing and 5 each of the cures should be good enough for most basic utility. Yeah, sure, we'll spend 40 gil on a rest at the inn to make sure everybody's at good shape. Obviously, we weren't missing much health, but in case people, like, were missing a spell slot somewhere, somehow, or anything. Okay, everybody just says the same line. If they had said something different, I would have actually taken turns resting with each of them just to show off different dialogue, but clearly there isn't any. But it's important to note the detailed map thing. That's probably going to be useful information in the future. I think we're done here. Because I presume then there's a castle somewhere where King Argus is. I was kind of hoping here in canon there was the castle. But it's either down that way... No, there's mountains in the way there. There's a mountain to climb, but I don't know if that's where I want to go. Got a bug and... Oh, it's a killer bee. Okay. Let's rob the werewolf. That'll be fun. Yoink. Failed to steal. Dang it. Maybe I should have tried robbing the bee. Though the bee just got swatted by the mithril rod just fine. I feel like these encounters are pointless. Thanks for the whole 6 experience from 2 enemies. There's nothing over there. I guess we'll go up the mountain then? 'Cause there's really no other notable locations around us. Dragon's Peak. Huh. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't immediately go climbing a mountain called Dragon's Peak. There's nothing around us. Let's go back into canon for a moment. Maybe there's somebody I didn't talk to. Now here's some more information. Rumor has it there's a gnome village hidden somewhere in the woods south of here. Okay, so there's some woods south of here. I presume on the other side of the mountain there, though. Might be a problem. And you're talking about Arrow, which we can't even get. Which is weird to me. Like, maybe originally you were meant to get Arrow here instead of Cure? And they just didn't change the dialogue? Or maybe you find a copy of Arrow somewhere nearby. As we step down into the water here, which is how we got the elixir to give to Miss Cid. Don't mind me just mashing the button, making sure there's no goodies missing. I already talked to you. Yeah, the last visitor was a man named Desh, who bought the last mini scroll, which presumably relates to the gnome village in some way, shape, or form. Oh wait, did I go in here? Aha! My daughter Selena has fallen in love with that vagrant Desh, but he didn't stay a fortnight before he left, mumbling about some task he'd promised himself to do. And Selena's been angsty and crying ever since. The Jelm, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Oh wait, I recall you were playing Oblivion today, right? I seem to recall seeing you who put a post on Blue Sky about that. Hopefully you had a grand time. I'm with it. Ah, excellent. I did remember things. But yeah, hopefully you are all doing well. We're just here playing Final Fantasy III, specifically the DS version, because that was the first available English version that I could find anything out about. And of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. But I do appreciate all of you coming along over here. Hell yeah. Glad you had a good time. The power of Blue Cat. Oh, Desh, my beloved Desh. When will you be back? Why would you go to the mountains in the east where dragons said to dwell? What would drive you to go to such a place alone? Hey, do you think we should check out this dragon mountain? Definitely. Let's go look for this Desh guy and bring him back here. Well, that explains our purpose for going up Dragon Peak. For those who just came in, I happened to look up the mountain right next to this town and go, it's called Dragon Peak. That's probably bad for me. I probably shouldn't go there. I should go talk to more people in town. Lo and behold, there's our motivation for going to Dragon's Peak. So off we go. But to catch up anybody coming in who is not familiar with Final Fantasy III on what we know so far, it does have a job system. It is the first one in the series to have one, and these are the jobs we were started off with. We got Freelancer, Monk, Black Mage, White Mage, Red Mage, and Thief, as well as Warrior, which Ingus here is currently. We've only just recently been told that we are the Warriors of Light, destined to save the world from darkness and all that good stuff. We recently crashed Cid's airship into a giant boulder to get it out of the way of Mountain Pass, and one of our main projects right now is getting a new airship. Cid told us to go talk to King Argus to get the insides of an airship made, since Cid only made the shell of an airship for us. Well, only made the shell of the original airship. He hasn't made the new shell for us yet. But especially considering we healed his wife with an elixir we found in the river, he's pretty well on his way to helping us out on that one. Let's see how badly this mountain goes. So, actually, before I do that, let me save. Because if there's anything I've learned about this game so far, which, for those wondering, this is my first time playing this and first time really seeing this game at all, this game can and will decide to kill you out of nowhere, because we walked into a mine in the second town we went into and died immediately. So, it was a whole thing. Ever since then, I've been even more attentive to saving than you would normally be in an RPG. So we got fireflies. Sure. Let's see if we can steal something from them. Yeah, we've got a lineup of a warrior, a thief, a red mage, and a black mage right now. I disregarded a white mage at the moment because we didn't really have access to that many white magic spells, and the red mage can do all of that and more. So it made sense to keep that for the moment. As of yet, I do not know what leveling your jobs actually accomplished, because there wasn't really a full menu for it or anything. I presume it just influences your stat growth, and what ability you have as your main secondary thing. Like, you'll notice our thief can steal, our mages can magic, and Ingus the warrior has advance, which I don't entirely know what does, but I haven't been using it enough to figure it out. I would assume it's a taunt thing, but I do not know. I wouldn't be surprised if job level also influences my caster's spell charges. So that would be a logical answer there. There we go, level up for Ingus, job level for Luneth, job level for Ark, and Refia. Perfect. Yep, she now has a level 2 spell slot, so it's definitely directly tied to job level then. I had assumed as much because Ark here had a level 2 spell slot before Refia did, and he had gained a job level while she was away from the party. So it made sense that that was exactly how that was lining up. But I didn't know that for certain? Go ahead and advance on that Helldiver, try to steal from that one, and you two... Well, actually, you should probably try out using your magic a bit. Because we haven't used Thunder at all yet. Okay, we can steal gold needles from those. Good to know. We haven't seen Petrification come out yet, but since we just gained the ability to buy gold needles, I'm on the lookout for that right now, as you might imagine. Because the moment gold needles start becoming available, you can expect petrification effects to not be far behind. Job level for Ingus, regular level for Luneth and Ark. They were a little bit behind because they had gotten knocked out in an earlier fight when we were first gaining our abilities at all. Because we had to do the first dungeon before we even had job classes at all. And let me tell you, this bunch is a bunch of freelancers. Not great. They kind of were getting pushed around pretty hard. Oh, that's different. We've got a rust bird. I already don't like the sound of that. See, seeing the phrase rust bird reminds me of rust monsters, and rust monsters are upsetting. This thing, I presume, is also upsetting. Kill it with fire. I'd kill it with thunder, but I forgot that she only had one level 2 spell slot. Failed to steal anything. Well, that's a shame. Because ideally this thing is not long for this world. Good, good. Another job level for Refia. Hey, there's the arrow spell. We were just told about this not that long ago, and the fact that it's effective against flying targets. So I tell you what, we're actually going to remove Thunder from you and teach you Arrow, because you can use black and white magic. Now, for those coming in, you might think I wasted that spell. It doesn't actually waste it. You actually get to keep it as an item when you take it away from people. It's very interesting. They really did spend a lot of time experimenting with the various systems in these early Final Fantasies, it seems. Which in some ways actually makes me kind of sad that it started to kind of standardize later on. Oh, I presume that's the dragon of Dragon's Peak. Thanks for not immediately eating us, I guess. It looks like there might be an egg or two behind us, though, so I have a bad feeling of... Yup. Oh, hey. Desh, I presume. We have a slight problem in that we are not at peak performance at the moment, but, you know what? We'll just have to make do. I've made life decisions, and we'll just have to deal with them. I can't believe you let yourselves get caught by that dragon. Like you're one to laugh. It got you too, didn't it? Yeah, well, you got me. Name's Desh. Nice to meet y'all. I don't think we have time for small talk right now, buddy. Ah, the dragon's back. Let's get out of here. Well, you were just kind of chilling in its nest. Don't even think about fighting that thing. Listen to me and just run. Run away, run away. So how, pray tell, are we gonna outrun something that can fly? How was that ever gonna work? Now, he did keep saying run away, though, so I wonder if I'm meant to fight it? That's Bahamut, huh? Yeah, you know what? Running away seems like a great plan, in fact. Use Thief Flea, please. Goodbye. Gotta go! Just, you know, a casual Bahamut just hanging out. Phew, I'm glad we got out of that. Here, why don't you take this? It's a scroll for the magic spell Mini. Turns out I'm not attuned to the magics enough to use it, but you, maybe you can. In return, let me tag along wherever you're headed. You see, I've lost my memory. The only thing I know is my name and nothing else. Sure, I don't mind. Is that okay with you? Why are you asking me? Ah, never mind. Hey, Desh, do you know that Selena's been worried sick about you, waiting for you to come back? Yeah, see, even though I lost my memory, I know there's something I gotta do out here. Well, I'm sure it'll sort itself out somehow. I've got you guys to count on. Desh has given you the spell Mini. Desh has joined your party. Come on, let's get out of here before that thing comes back. Jump! Oh, this is a terrible idea, but we don't really have a choice. Yeah! And lo and behold, we're over here now. I feel like this is awfully far away from the mountain. But at least, you know, we somehow jumped off a mountain without hurting ourselves, so we got that going for us. Oh, and we actually need to learn the mini spell. Okay. Hey, Ark. Forget all about that blind thing and learn mini. Because I'm assuming we need somebody to actually know and cast mini. Yeah, because we can cast it in the overworld, so that's going to be important. Means presumably, yep, this is the forest where the gnomes live, probably. Healing copes. Came to take some of this strange water back to the gnomist village in the southern woods. Only gnomes can enter that village. Here, I have one extra scroll to spell Mini. Use it to shrink yourselves and you can go to Tozu. This is the village of gnomes. Okay, time out. So you're telling me that we went to go find Desh, because presumably we needed the mini spell, But this gnome also just gives me another copy of Minnie? What's the point then? Whatever. Healing power of water. There we go. We do have an ad coming up here in less than a minute, though. So be advised, nothing of importance is going to happen during the ad, so just get up, do whatever you need to do. I will be doing the same, so there will be a brief pause in activity while the ads run. I would love to just not have ads, but that's just not how things work, so here we are. I keep reflexively trying to get her to train her spells to be better because of playing Final Fantasy II before this. But it doesn't matter in this game. Spells are just spells. Failed to steal again. And there we go. Battle cleared. More job levels for Ark. At some point, I might pivot Luneth to a monk instead of a thief. The thief's working out so far. Why are some of their stats in green? Because it's only you two that have green stats. So that's interesting. Maybe it's the bracers. Maybe the bracers have like a side effect of raising mental stats too. Just curious enough to test that. Yep, it's the bracers doing it. Okay. Yeah, the ads are running right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and get up for a moment. Stretch my legs and all that good stuff. I, as said, recommend y'all do so. Back in a moment. Alright. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. As you can see, absolutely nothing has changed. Literally just saved the game, got up, walked away, came back, and now we're back to business. I was figuring I was gonna find a spot where I would be, like, hinted that I'm supposed to use Mini there. Or, like, I would go into an internal section where I would use Mini. Nifty sword he's got there. Wouldn't mind having one of those myself. What I'm hearing is I should rob Dash. There we go. I was like, why is this one living longer than the other one? I must have low rolled a couple times. Good, good. More levels for people. We need all the levels we can get. I guess maybe we just use the mini spell in the woods here and it'll be fine? Though now we're small, this fight. I feel like that's a bad thing. Oh, Dash is mini too. That's funny. Oh. Well, that solves that problem. Also has Thundara, though, and I would like to have that too. Let's go back to the healing copes for a moment. Oh, get a load of the Wiggly Boy. Mandrake, okay. Are you gonna scream at me? I don't like it when you scream at me. It's not fun. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of, is we're suddenly doing way less damage. Gotta go. I'm assuming Flea has higher odds of escaping than regular Runaway does, which we do have a Runaway prompt for everybody, but the Thief has the Runaway ability. Yeah, Gnomish Village in the Southern Woods. That was the thing I wanted to verify, is like, what part of the woods was the Gnomish Village in? And of course, I found it immediately when I walked back. Welcome to Tows's friends. We're teeny and you're weeny. You're the itsy to our bitsy. Alright, that is a sentence. Miracat Basin, home of the Vikings, is at the far end of the tunnel that goes through the Muranos Range. Actually, let me write that down. Because I don't know if we're going there immediately, but that might be useful. Because for those who don't know, I take notes when I'm playing these, both so I remember for future sessions, in case I don't know, I don't interact with the information immediately, and it's just convenient to write down notes. There we go. Always take notes. Notes are useful. Dr. Shelko's fallen ill. We're doomed. No one can cure him. Busy's the only doctor here. Physician, cure thyself or we're doomed. Well, sounds like we've got a problem to solve around here. You find mithril bracers. In a book, I guess. Sure. You found Fyra. You find Fire Staff. This house is loaded. I'm robbing the sick physician, and you know what? That's fine. We found Cura as well. What is going on here? This is the best house ever. Casts fire. You know what? Twin stabs. Let's go. Best idea. So hey, how about you learn Fyra? Oh, that's level 3 though. Okay, you ain't using that yet. That also means Ark may as well learn Cura though. Because I thought that was gonna be a level 2 spell. So I was like, you don't have room for that. That doesn't work. But turns out you can. Don't have any spell slots of that size yet, but that's okay. Prepped for the future. Need antidote. Try fooling me with a placebo, and I'll thump ya. There you go, antidote. Phew, you saved me. That'll teach me to randomly sample berries in the woods. You deserve a reward. I'll share with you one of my most treasured secrets. I swear, what is with all y'all in these, like, hidden passages in your rooms? Go down the stairs at the end of that passage and you'll find the way to Maralka Basin. Well, that was convenient. Well, before we go following that, let's actually go, you know, interact with the rest of the town. Just kind of blitzed right in there, like, ooh, building. And suddenly, lots of goodies. He's in plot progression. Since there's a fair amount of new people in here, potentially still, I'm gonna mention what's in that link tree right quick. Specific things anyone might be interested in would be the YouTube channel that's in there, where all of the VODs go up a day after or the stream ends. And you can also access the Ko-fi and everything else, as well as the Blue Sky and all that good stuff in there as well. Everything's all in one place on that link tree. Okay, so we can buy additional copies of Arrow here, and that's about the most exciting thing here. We have all the rest of this already. So that's good. Let's go ahead and sell this extra copy of Blind. And this extra copy of Thunder. And the Mithril Bracers. The mini sells for 1, so I suspect the game's like, hey, don't throw that away. Could you imagine if you sold both copies of Mini that you had? Thinking you didn't need it? You'd be pretty well stuck. I wonder if that gnome in the healing copes would just keep giving you more copies. Have you tried our gnomish bread? Eating will grant you the same effect as the spell sight. See the world with gnomish bread. Not a bad slogan, eh? Plus, it's got a subtle yeasty aftertaste. 200 per gnomish bread. I'll grab a few more of those. We'll carry 5 of them around. You never know when you'll need a detailed map. I don't know what that'll actually do for me in practical terms, but sounds useful, so we'll carry some of them with us. There's also another item shop here. Does this sell anything different than normal ones? No. Grab a couple more potions so we're back up to 10. So we got a solid chunk of cash on hand right now. 80 gil a night when the healing copes is so close, huh? Well, I don't want to walk back, so I'll pay the price, I guess. Highway robbery is what it is, though. They know you're stuck here because you don't want to minify back and forth. I can't help but feel that I should be bringing Desh back to the woman with feelings for him, though, rather than running all over the place with him like this. Problem is, I don't think we can go directly back. I did not mean to talk to the Moogle. I don't even know what the online features of this game actually do. I'm a gnome, this is my home. Do you like my abode fair? Does that explain your blankest stare? Okay, looks like there isn't like a weapon shop or an armor shop here at all or anything, so I think we've done everything we can here. Really need to be checking more random shelves and such based on all the stuff we found here, but it is what it is. I'll either remember or I won't. Oh, hey. Phoenix down and Phoenix down. That feels like a warning. Posus Tunnel. Alright. That was a very big skull we passed. How did a skull that big get down here when this place doesn't seem like it'd be big enough to accommodate regular-sized people? Maybe they were buried here and the tunnel just happened to end up around them. Oh, hi. Well, okay. Hit it. Steal it. Murder it. Crush it. And that did no damage. Hey, we got a potion. 1 damage. Yeah, since we're still minified, we are doing nothing. Ow. We're just gonna get out of here. Oh, flee can fail, I guess. What's the point to flee, then, if you could still fail? I figured it'd be a guaranteed escape. Well, what do I know, I guess. Let us all collectively try to run away, then, and hopefully someone will succeed. There we go. That seems mildly redundant. That it doesn't just guaranteed escape. And you'll notice I can't unminify here, otherwise I would. I presume we have to come out the other end of the tunnel before we can unminify. Oh hey, what do you know? We're out the other end of the tunnel. It is a shame to have to burn a level 2 spell slot to do that, but, you know. What the game says you gotta do, the game says you gotta do. So we got the cave there, which I assume is gonna lead us to that place we were told about, and it looks like that's our only move. Yep, back to the dancing mandrakes. Joke's on you, though, I can actually attack properly now. Three full attacks, though, and they're still alive. Oh, that's like paralysis or something, I assume. That's no good. Well done on critting to make up for Ignis not being able to attack, though. There we go. It actually worked out exactly as I said it would. More job levels for Refia. Did that get you a spell slot? It did. Not a level 3 one, but another level 2 one's good. So that means more thunders. Vikings Cove. Really don't know why we're going here, but you know what? That's where the game's leading me, so I'm going. Oh, they're just all in here. Yar, Vikings we are, the kings of the high seas. Or we used to be. The earthquake woke a great sea dragon from its sleep, and it wasn't too happy to see us. It managed to sink all of our ships. Well, except the Enterprise, but we can't slay a sea dragon with only one ship. Why not? Let me sleep. I'm dreaming of sailing. Good for you. Looks like they're having a meeting over here. Oop, hello. Spark Dagger. Ooh. New weapon. That's not the one who's getting that. That's the one that's getting that. 23 deals lightning damage. Yes, please. Because you know what'll be great for slaying a sea dragon? Lightning damage, probably. What can I do but swing this down? What's a Viking without his ship, eh? It's not the boss's fault. There's nothing he can do to rid us of that sea dragon. You'll find the Nepto Temple at the end of the cape. Pop knows everything about that place if you're interested. I mean, I'm curious, that's for sure. A temple sounds important. Temple sounds like a place where crystals would be. Because we need crystals in order to presumably gain new jobs. Magic shop? Magic shop. Which teaches us nothing but things we already know, and Minnie in case you got rid of Minnie, I guess. So that you could go back the other way, logically. It's also interesting that Phoenix Downs also sell only for one. It's interesting the things that sell for a lot and things that sell for nothing. Another odd thing for those who came in late, by the way, that high potion I have came from an enemy in the literal first real dungeon of the game. Still don't know why. Don't know why they were dropping high potions. Okay, this is a resting point. We may as well rest because it's cheaper than the gnome resting point was, and we are a little hurt. And missing MP, so it's all a good idea. I wish I could sleep as well as these people do, I tell ya. His case in point last night, disaster. Absolute disaster. Okay, you've got potions and all the standard things. We don't have any Maiden's Kisses yet, so let's get some of those. Things that most people desire, you know. Typical thing. I try to keep a stock of like 5 cures of various kinds on hand, so that I'm ready for whatever ends up ailing me. There's the Moogle. That's the boss down there. What is it with men? You lose a few ships and you act like you got the pink slip from Valhalla. The Enterprise is a fine ship, but no one wants to board it as long as the sea dragon's lurking in the nearby waters. Sounds like that's gonna be our problem to solve somehow. Don't get on a boat if you value your life. The sea dragon attacks any ships that come near the cape. Must be the Nepto Dragon, the great sea serpent for which the Nepto Temple was built. Yes, I run things around here. Hasn't been much to run since that sea dragon appeared and destroyed most of our ships, though. You look like capable adventurers. If you manage to defeat the dragon, our best ship, the Enterprise, is yours. It's also our only ship. Don't worry about that part. Really? Promise? Promise, Viking's honor. If you manage to make it back, that is. Well. Windows, you're not a part of this. Shut up. We have our expected task, which is going and defeating the sea serpent. Aha! Secret room. I'm not hiding, honest. I'm just waiting for Pops to come home. Sure thing, bud. So where is Pops, then? Viking axe? Okay. If you're not in the know, the Nepto Temple up north is where the Nepto Dragon used to sleep. That big earthquake, though, must have shaken it up good, because that dragon sure is ready to kick you know-whats and take names. 3,000 gil. Thank you for a lot of money, I guess. Now, can a warrior use an axe? Because if so, yep, there we go. Double your damage there, Ingus. Enjoy. Well, assuming it doesn't have the massive accuracy debuff that it usually has in these games. If he suddenly can't hit anything, I might give him back the sword. Because, remember, an all-powerful weapon doesn't help if you can't hit anything with it. Like, if you're doubling your damage, but you hit less than half the time, you've ended up losing out. Now, the fun question is... where's the correct path? Where's the caveman? Not the problem I have right now. It's like, this is the inn of sorts that they have. Neat. I guess I just go this way. My brain just kind of deleted this tunnel from existence for a second, so I did not process where to go. There's the ship. Anything up here? No, that's the temple, I presume. I guess we go to the temple first? So I presume when the... Let me save first, though. I presume when the serpent's not out attacking ships, it's in the temple. Because it's its home. The main reason I'm saving is just because I'm nervous that I'm gonna randomly get bodied by something. He's like, nope, you were supposed to get in the boat first and fight the sea dragon and then go to the temple. Some nonsense like that. Statue of the Nepto Dragon? Hey, one of its eyes is missing. It looks like this hole goes on for a bit. We could probably squeeze in there if we used Mini. Well, guess it's time to get small again. Now here's the problem though, we can only cast Mini once. So, I can't turn that back off. Hold that thought. Gonna go get a spell point back, hang on. His Mini doesn't get cured when you heal. So what I can do is go get my red mage their one spell point back, and then I can undo the Mini when we go through the after we've gone through the tunnel. Now, there's a catch to that, of course. The catch being I won't be able to go back through the tunnel. So that's a concern. I don't actually know if I want to do that now that I think about it, then. Like, I'm gonna go get the spell point back in case we need to unmini at some point. Because we kind of have to. But thinking about it more, I wonder if it'll even let me unmini on the other side. But the reason why I'm even thinking about this so much is... Also, shouldn't my accommodations be cheaper? I'm like a tenth of the size. God damn it. I mean, I guess they don't have, like, napkins they could put out for us mini people. So I guess they just charge us for a full bed anyway. Yeah, there's a chance that it won't even let me cast Mini once I'm past the tunnel. So that you can't get stuck. Just bear in mind, we don't have like a teleport out spell or anything. So once we're in, we're in. And if we can't unmini... Thanks, Dash. That's gonna be a thing as well, as we're gonna be very reliant on our magic damage. His magic still does full damage. Howdy, Lark. Based on that resub message, I'm assuming you're going through it a bit, but hopefully everything's alright. Yeah, that's fair. That's life these days, I suppose. Yep, I know that feeling oh too well. Spent 8 years of my life in that nightmare. Lilliputian. Okay. Makes sense for the tiny area. Thing is, I don't know if I can even hurt these while I'm still minified. We're gonna find out. Hey, managed to steal a potion. Okay, that did a lot. Oh, no wonder they cast their own fire spells. Which means that fire spell, did well enough. Never mind. I thought they were gonna heal from it. I was about to be very sad. Based on that, I'm very curious to see if I can unmini in here. I cannot. Okay, we're stuck with that then. Understood. Might be worth testing to see if I can just physical attack these things and have them actually take real damage then. Because otherwise I'm going to run out of spell points and things are going to get really awkward. Or, you know, Dash will take care of everything. That works too. Thanks, buddy. If he could just keep doing that, that would make my life easy. Ingus has gained a level, and nobody else. Makes sense, because Refia and Ingus have been the only ones who haven't stayed dead for a combat at ending, and Refia left the party briefly because of plot reasons, so that leaves Ingus being the only one actually having full experience. Okay, neither of these obviously immediately lead... Oh, there we go. Shell helm. Shell armor. Hey, Ingus, I think you've got a whole new set of gear, bud. Of course, our defenses... attack and defense are 1 right now while we're mini, but still. And that mithril stuff doesn't get passed down at all because everybody's already wearing that can. But still, we found a neat new armor. Shame we can't make any real use of it while we're teeny tiny, but it's fine. I presume there has to be a point where we can unminify to fight the boss, though, otherwise we're gonna have a real issue. Serpent Sword! Deals lightning damage, okay, 8 more damage and lightning. I really feel like I'm getting set up for a joke here. Like, they're gonna give me all these lightning weapons, and then the Nepto Dragon's gonna be immune to lightning. Or heal from it or something, and I'm just gonna cry. Speaking of, I am sad, I can't use arrow on these, or I'm not gonna have the ability to unmini. Serpent Sword looks neat, though, with what little bit of it could see. Oh yeah, they are poison bats. And I cannot hurt them conventionally, so this is a problem. This is a very big problem. Gotta go. So I could sit here and fight them with my magic, but I feel like I'm better served just getting the hell out of here. Or, you know, Ingus could get out of life first, I guess. Thanks, game. Thanks for waiting until somebody was dead to let me escape combat. Thankfully, it doesn't unmini you when you die, it seems. I'm trying to preserve spell points here, game. You're not making it easy. Okay, this is different. And we are attacked again. By a rat and a worm. Goodbye. Not dealing with you today. Good day, sirs. Farewell. Ow. That's not faring well. Okay, good. Somebody else managed to succeed where our thief failed. I'm so glad that his whole vaunted ability to run away really has not been working out. We got it to work the first time, and then it has yet to work again. Okay, more encounters. Sure, why not? You know, look at the springy boys. What are you? Petite. Okay, good for you. Get me out of here. Or, you know, that'll work, sure. I was half expecting him to do his physical attack and only end up getting rid of one of them, but if he's Thundaring, we're probably... No, it didn't actually kill any of them this time. Ow. Ow. Liz. Thank you. Get the feeling that you're out of your depth when you're teeny tiny and everything's crushing your body. Because boy do I feel that. Upsetting. You know, part of me wonders if I could get away with something stupid here. But I can't... Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to do it right now anyway. The idea was, like, maybe only the party leader needs to be tiny. Which would have been very funny. Because then the other three could fight properly. But I'm betting it wouldn't let you through unless everybody was tiny. This looks important. It's the other eye. Which explains why it's not a problem as far as fighting the boss goes, is you just go in here, grab the item, and then get out. And then you can actually do what you need to do. Pain. Somebody get us out of here. Ideally successfully, please. Thank you. Was getting a little worried there. Just keep everybody's health topped up because everything around here hurts like a bastard. Squeak, who you be? You no take shiny, Squeak. Gonna have to fight a giant rat. You know what, though? What am I meant to do in this situation? So I still can't cast Mini, so I can't unshrink. Go to sleep. Yeah, you can go ahead and cast your level 2 spells. Okay, Dash will help out here. That will actually make a very big difference. Considering half our party can't do real damage right now. Hey, we stole a potion. I was kind of hoping since it's a boss encounter that it would have had something new in its steel pool, but eh. The clever thing I was going to do, though, was try to put it to sleep. I mean, not put it to sleep, Rain. I was going to try to mini it so that we were on a level playing field. Which I know I used the spell slot that I was holding for mini, but since I can't unmini in this fight... Actually, no, I didn't use up the spell slot. That was a level 1 spell. Never mind, ignore me. I could poison it, since it's already poisoning us, though I don't think that'll be that effective. Just heal Luneth. Hit it with another Thunder. I just gotta hope that it doesn't have a ton of health. Nothing to steal. Okay, you only get one steal. Because the problem is, like I said, most of the party can't hurt it because they're mini and do 1 damage. My hope is that that advance ability kind of like distracts it a bit. But since it just did an AoE attack and killed Refia, who was the one doing all the damage, I have concerns. You use a Phoenix down on her. Really wishing I had the magic items right about now that I sold earlier. Yeah, that doesn't have an effect. The only one with an item that can be used to cast something is the one that's dead right now. Just stab it anyway, I guess. You cure everyone. Ow. Oh, good, you just happened to double attack the one that could heal. Thanks. How is this a fair fight when half your party's crippled? Honestly, more than crippled, like completely neutered. To burn my 1 high potion just to make sure Refia doesn't just immediately die again. Is quite literally, she is the only means we have of winning this fight. You and these damn double turns, though. That they're fair when it's a boss fight, when everybody gets to take meaningful action, but in a situation like this is just... yeah. Honestly, don't even worry about healing yourself, Luneth. You are irrelevant to this fight. We need both of them to just hammer it with as much attack magic as they can and just hope that it's enough. Because you would think it's just a rat. It shouldn't be that strong. But it's strong enough, clearly. Oh, that's probably about to be... oh no, that was a single target thunder. Targeting somebody who could stand it, so that's actually great. We do not have enough potions for this situation, though. Hit it and hope like a crit or something makes you actually do damage to it. No, you need to cure with your last spell charge, unfortunately. Actually, why are you even bothering to cure everyone? That's not gonna matter. In fact, no. Specifically heal Refia, because Refia is the only one who can do anything here at this point. Good, you got the cure off before any bad things happened. Not that that's gonna really be enough, probably, but, you know. I feel like we're gonna lose this, if I'm honest. Spend your only level 2 spell slot. It's just the way it's gonna be. I should have poisoned it a long time ago, but I was hoping to be able to hold that spell slot. Oh, good. It's gonna get a spell off before he does. Never mind. So if this fire doesn't win us this fight, it's just over. Okay, so that this entire trip through here was pointless because we're dead now. Not gonna lie, not a fan of that. Not a fan of that situation at all. Because here's the thing. Since you cannot unmini after going in there, and you have to mini to go in, that makes physical classes useless, as they get nerfed down to 1 attack. Your only thing that does anything is magic. So in a situation like what I have here, where I have a balanced party of 2 physical attackers and 2 magic casters, half my party is rendered inert. And you have some warning about that by the fact that you walk in there and you can't unmini. We're obviously out in the field, so I wouldn't really be wanting to change my entire class setup. Nor are you likely to have lots of magic laying around to use. Unless you, like, happen to stock extra magic. What I might have to do is genuinely... Well, 2 things, really. One is go back and go buy some spells. And 2, we're gonna have to convert, like, the rest of the party to red mages. Now, you might think, well, shouldn't you make them black mages because they'll be more effective that way? For magic? Technically, yes. But red mages will allow them to still wear the armor that they're wearing and still use their weapons. Most of their weapons. The weapons are less of a thing. Oh, well, I guess the armor doesn't matter because their defense gets auto-nerfed down to 1. So it doesn't really matter? Like, it's completely a 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but we're gonna do it anyway. Like, the alternative is I make them back into freelancers, but red mages would be better. It's gonna take 2 battles to change them to this, and then it'll take... Why do you take so long to adjust? Why are you bad at this? 4 battles, 2 battles, 4 battles, 3 battles. Ugh. Well, it's fine. There's gonna be a lot of battles that we're not gonna be doing anything in anyway. Enjoy the all red mage and 1 black mage party we're gonna have for a little bit here. But we need to get all the way back to the gnome town to go buy magic. Wait, no, there's a magic seller here. What am I doing? And we'll re-equip gear here in a second. I'm gonna get the magic first before I bother re-equipping gear. I'm not gonna buy a lot of magic, I just need enough to attack it. So give me 2 copies of fire. I don't think they're gonna get to be able to use it, but I'll grab 2 copies of thunder as well. Because I don't think they're gonna have any level 2 spell slots. The hell did I just hear? Hang on. Just heard a rumbling that sounded like thunder, but there's no sign of thunder, so give me a second. I want to check on that. I haven't the slightest idea what the racket's about, but it doesn't seem like it matters, so not gonna worry about it. Okay, so having figured that out, let's get people's gear back together again. I suppose the armor will help for getting them back to the place we need to go to. What's going on here? Ah, okay. Don't really know why they felt the need to ping me about that, but good enough. They both have taken a defense and damage nerf a bit, but it'll be fine. You already know Cure, which will be helpful. But now you know Fire and Thunder. Go ahead and teach you Mini, Fire, Thunder. Okay. So that's all of that sorted. When rest, so hopefully they'll have all their spell charges. I may very well actually, like, train them a bit in these jobs as well to give them an actual meaningful amount of spell slots. Otherwise, it probably won't matter that I just taught them how to use magic. Yeah, because now they do actually have level 2 spell slots right off the bat, apparently. So that's good. And they actually... This means job level doesn't matter like I thought it did for spellcasting power. But it has to. Because you're... Oh, I guess maybe job itself is what matters, not job level. Then what the hell's the point of the job level, then? Huh. Well, that means they can just cast the same amount of magic, so no, there's no reason to train them up. The only thing will be getting through enough battles to get them job adjusted. And then we'll be right as rain. Watching the whole party just drop to fucking job level 1 makes me so sad. Now, I would assume combats I run from count. But actually, let's test that outside before I commit to being Mini and having all those problems. Though, thinking about it, I don't know if I can actually check their job adjustment count or not. I never actually looked for that. Okay, Refia. Goddamn. Out here doing more damage than the boys right now. Like, even without a crit, she does solid damage with those twin staves, which just continues to be amusing to me. Ark got a job level up. Yeah, can I actually check their job level adjustment? I mean, their job adjustment rate, that is. Doesn't look like it. Unless it's in status? No, I think you just need to remember how many they needed. Which, that's kind of annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. So the only way to test it then is going to go through another... Well... I would have to test running away from a combat. Which these we can just kill, so... We'll just kill them, at least get Ingus adjusted, and then Luneth will just have to make do, and we'll just hope that running away from combats counts so that he can get adjusted, because I'm not going to sit here and do 6 combats out here right now if I don't have to. But I would like them to have their full stat lines, so the adjustment's important. I'm also not sure if they can gain levels in a job until they adjust to it. Yeah, see, now he's adjusted. Now his stat line is 10s across the board. So it really is only a difference of 1 stat point. So, like, obviously there's the down arrow indicator, but it doesn't, like, have a number next to it to let me know, like, hey, it's this many combats left. But in case we die again, I'll go ahead and save so that I don't have to do that a second time. And let's go do the thing. At least this does give us a spare cast of Mini. It's very weird seeing everybody in the same costumes when they're having these discussions. It's like, well, Red Mage, what do you think of this? Well, Red Mage, I think this. Minify. So I figure I may as well use Luneth's spell point for that since Arc has better spells for her level 2. Well, really has mostly the same spells, but shh, don't worry about that part. We also don't have the improved runaway, but that clearly didn't matter that much. You know, if I were a smarter man, I would have bought more potions before leaving town. Knowing what we now know about how this plays out, 11 potions clearly is not enough. Well, if we die, I'll fix it. Because at this point, we're already minified and we're already in. Is it this one or the other one that led to treasure? The other one. Is the one that led to treasure had the doorway more in the middle. I do think it is getting ready to get stormy, though, based on the wind picking up and the headache starting to develop. So we may be wrapping up before too awful long. Like within the next hour or so, probably. So, at the very least, y'all will only have to sit through one more set of ads, which will be happening here in a moment. I'm not going to worry about stopping for these ads, because we're just running back through and doing the same thing we did already. Great. Great, that fight lasted long enough for Refia to be eaten. Joyous day. Luneth is still job adjusting. There's the shell gear, which I'm assuming doesn't help anything. Run away! Run away! Run away! Yeah, since it's just a bunch of me running away from things and trying not to die, sometimes failing exactly that, I don't think y'all are gonna miss too much with the ads. What I realized, though, is... Okay, there's the Spark Dagger. I got worried because I was like, wait a minute, why couldn't you use the Spark Dagger? But I guess it's because it's a dagger, not a knife, and it's technically not valid for him to use right now, which is kind of annoying. Now, I guess I should see if shell armor even works. for you. Yeah, you can still wear it, so you know what? Wear it anyway, even though it's not gonna do anything for you right now. Serpent Sword, which similarly does not matter. Once we're out of this combat, though, we'll give it to Ark, because Ark's gonna be the one who keeps it anyway. Since Luneth has the Spark Dagger, and Ingus has the Viking Axe under normal circumstances. Please, somebody managed to run away? Thank you. Good lord. This whole being locked to 1 in both stats, though, is still really bad. Like, I genuinely don't know if they really thought through this whole segment here. Unless I'm missing something. Maybe there's a thing out there that I don't know about that makes you, like, actually keep your stats in mini form or something stupid like that. Man, is there anything past this hole? Is it... Nope, okay. I was gonna say, because it looked like there was room to go around it, but I couldn't be sure. Like, I really do feel like this is annoyingly designed just to make you have to run from all these encounters. And just drain your resources. And the only reason I believe that is because of the design from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 kind of fitting into that line well enough that that is believable. I guess we'll have most of our spell charges for the fight. It would also help a lot if our, you know, vaunted ally who can do crazy magic damage would have actually taken action during any point of that previous encounter. Oh, but you'll act now, okay. Could you at least kill the rats so that I get some experience? So I guess if I run, it won't give me the experience anyway. Ow. Oh. Luneth's turn to die, and Ark's turn to die. We might not even make it to the boss fight at this rate. Yep, his Ingus is dead now too. And Refi is dead. Great game design, everybody. And before anybody's like, you should have grinded more. What are you supposed to do when your stat line's locked to 1-1? Yeah, But we'll have a conversation here for a moment. In case anybody doesn't understand how being mini works. And I'll even just go ahead and cast it now, because it doesn't really fucking matter. Attack 1, defense 1. There's nothing I can do about that. Changing gear doesn't affect it at all. Changing the status doesn't affect it at all. You'll notice everybody's strength and vitality are locked to 1, while they're mini. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. As you can tell by the fact that I'm back outside, we died again. We didn't even make it to the boss. We got fucked over by a bad encounter on the way, so we just died. There was just nothing to be done about it. So I'm really wondering if there's something I'm missing. But either way, it is irritating. The reason why I ran back is, well, I may as well get the 1 spell charge back, but that's not the reason. I'm going to stock up harder on potions. There, I have 30 potions on hand now, instead of the 11 that I had. Hopefully that will be enough to keep us alive throughout this nonsense. Like, I feel like having a party of all magic casters is the closest thing to a workaround I have for the 1 strength, 1 vitality problem. Because anything physical, I assume, would be strength-based, so does 1 damage. Unless there's like a special attack the monk has or something that would bypass that problem somehow. Which, not impossible, but highly unlikely. Maybe bows bypass the problem for physical. But I wouldn't figure... Well, bows might be agility, so that could be a thing? Question mark? It's hard to say. If we die again, I may very well take a quick look at a guide and be like, okay, am I just doing something wrong? Because I feel like I have to be missing something here, just with the way this design works. Actually, oh, that... I wonder. I'm gonna try something stupid as soon as I get out of this combat, actually. It's gonna be a waste of a spell slot, potentially. Well, it'll actually be a waste of 2, but that's fine. So I can shuffle the mini spell around for the purposes of this experiment. What happens if now that I've activated it, I unmini. Okay, no, they just have the same interaction again. So you cannot cheese this. They could definitely fit in the mouth of that thing at full size, though. Ah, well. So here's how we solve this problem. Exchange with Ingus. Ingus, cast mini on the party. Thank you. Now exchange back with Luneth, so Luneth has proper spell layout. And back in we go. Like I said, probably was going to be a waste of 2 spell slots, and it was. But I don't feel like running all the way back to get those spell slots back, since all those spell slots would do is 1 hit of Thunder or 1 mini. So it doesn't matter. The odds of us making it through here alive are so slim that it doesn't really matter that much. They might have wanted to just really think through these mini mechanics a little bit more. Like, this might be a mechanic that just needed, like, a little more time in the oven. Unless they genuinely just were expecting Dash to activate enough to compensate. Because, like, obviously, if he activates properly and that happens, you're good, but otherwise you're either burning spell slots constantly or just kind of eating it. Because you can't even buy, like, an attack item or anything either. So I suppose I could give somebody else the Fire Staff, since Refia has the most spell charges, and have them just use the Fire Staff. But I also don't know if the staff breaks on use in this game or not, and I don't really want to find out. It's a waste of a perfectly good kill there, but I'd rather not just have everybody dying. Let's go get the thing again. I ain't leaving the shell armor behind. That's entirely too much of an upgrade to leave here. And obviously we'll grab the Serpent Sword because it's literally on the way. I appreciate that he's at least doing Thundara every time. He hasn't, like, melee attacked them uselessly at any point. I think he senses my desperation. Okay, a running does count, because Luneth has now adjusted to the red mage job. Stats are still in the toilet, but that's expected. And because of being mini. This is when I find out I'm doing things out of order and I'm not actually supposed to be in the temple first. Even though it makes more sense to go here. Like, at the face of it, this place is really short to run through, so I see the vision. I understand that it's relatively easy to get through. Despite the fact that just the mini mechanic is just kind of cringe. This should be the last fight we have to do before we can get to the boss fight, though, and we might be in business. Oh, there's the murder worm again, so we'll see. Please high roll and just kill everything. Haha. That would be great. Yeah, of course you didn't kill anything. Failed. 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 Dead Refi again. Okay, we at least got away. Now I just use the giant pile of potions to fix this. Before I even take a step. In case RNG decides, hey, guess what? You're gonna have another encounter even though you just had one. Okay, everybody's at full strength. Cut as much of a corner as I can. Please get to the rat. God damn it, game, why? Oh, and it's these three fucking assholes again. At least we got a preemptive strike to hopefully run away before they have the chance to eat us. Thank God. Okay. Irrelevant. This is the most combat shy I've ever been, I swear. And it's all because I can't do anything. Okay, let's hopefully make much shorter work of this thing by just bombarding it with magic. Yeah, y'all don't have your level 2 slots, so just fire away. Go ahead and poison it, thunder it. Oh, and you actually take action this time. He didn't take action, I think, literally any times in the previous encounter. Maybe he did at the very beginning. It was long enough that I genuinely don't remember at this point. But it didn't seem like he accomplished anything last time. Yeah, your fire is not going to be as effective, but that's fine. It's still more damage than you were doing as a physical attacker. Yeah, and poison just missed. I kind of figured. It's gonna be just as important that Ingus just heals, so that those more capable can attack. I also could have just taught Luneth Cure and had both of them curing everyone, but I figured one more attack would be more effective. Does this also frees up Arc from having to do healing? Though apparently the rat just really wants Arc dead. And based on that heal performance, I think you're actually better off just using potions. Angus, to be honest. we'll risk Luneth dying here. It's fine. Should've just used Arrow, but it is what it is. You use Blizzard in case that's different. Oh, good. Now you're gonna take action again. If you could just keep doing that, that'd be great. Because you do way more than any of us do. Okay, yeah, Blizzard is more effective. I should have bought more copies of Blizzard then. I think there were copies of Blizzard in town. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see? Teaching everybody magic was the difference. That also tells me that we were within like 100 or so damage of killing it last time. And I am so angry. But hey, enjoy your job levels in a job you're probably never gonna use, guys. Obtain Nepto-Eye. Okay, let's go ahead and change everybody's jobs back. Now that they don't need to be red mages. So you need to be back to being a warrior. Thankfully, you'll only take 2 battles to fix, so you'll be fine soon. Give you back your Viking axe and your mithril shield, your shell helmet, your shell armor, and your mithril gloves. Because the idea is so that they'll be ready for fighting the dragon if it ends up jumping us when we come out of here or something stupid like that. Because right now I'm in full no trust mode after what they just did to me here. What does quick save do? Oh, that shuts the game down and saves. Okay. Your quick save data will be lost if you choose new game or load game at the beginning of your next session. Press the power button to power off. Okay. Hang on. I have done a stupid, but we will fix it. Let's use continue to continue right where we were. I was hoping the quick save was going to work differently, but I was pretty confident that the quick save would have just been a in case you need to shut the system down quick save, since this was on DS. But, you know, I had to hope. Okay, we do still have 1 spell slot on Arc to unmini, so we just need to get out of here alive. That's all we gotta do, is just get out of here alive, haha. I also don't know if you get if you can reuse the quick save. I would assume probably not. So I'm gonna need to just endeavor not to die. Which is going to involve a lot of running away again. Thankfully, we now have Thief Flea again, and hopefully that does literally anything. There we go, that's 1 successful escape thanks to Thief Boost, so that was good. More than likely what I'll do, since I assume Nepto Dragon is next after we do this, is we'll probably fight Nepto Dragon, and then that'll be the stopping point for today. That way we end on a high note, hopefully, of having defeated the Nepto Dragon. I keep wanting to call it Nepo Dragon, like it somehow just got, like, family claused into being a dragon, and I don't even know how that would work. But it'd be funny. Okay, yeah, there's nothing there. Thought so. Gotta go right now. Yeah, that took way less time and encounters to get back out of than it did to get into, and I'm so unhappy right now. Let's unmini, leave so we can save, so that we never have to do that again. Go recharge, and then we'll put the other eye in. Because I have no idea if that's gonna just, like, summon the monster or not. This is how much I never want to go back into that temple ever again. Just because of... I'm just, like, putting all of this extra prep in. People are gonna be so confused when they see, like, my warrior walking around with a bunch of fucking spells in his pocket. He's like, why has he got all these spells he can't use? He was a red mage to deal with a stupid garbage encounter. Or for a while. Like, so far this game has been good. Just, this is the one decision. Every single one of these seems to have one decision that I'm just like, did you just want to make your player base angry? In 2, it was the funny doors everywhere that led fucking nowhere all the time and just got you attacked. In 1, it was some of the pathing. Oh, actually, no, there was a couple things in 2 pathing-wise that I was also like, why? But that's neither here nor there. You put the missing eye back in its socket. Ding! You have done well, warriors of light. I am the Nepto Dragon, guardian of the seas. I thank you for returning my missing eye. The eye is more than a simple gem, it is my soul. Without it, my physical manifestation, the dragon, could not be controlled. Now that I am whole once more, I may rest in peace and wash over these waters. Oh, so I guess we won't have to fight it. That's good. However, the water itself has lost its light. Someone created the Great Earthquake, and the light was pulled into the depths of the Nether. Warriors of the Light, I bestow upon you the Fang of Water. It infuses you with powers that will allow you to overcome new challenges. Now you must go forth and recover the light. Obtain Fang of Water. The Nepto Dragon falls into a deep slumber. This totally counts for getting the boat. Because we took care of the dragon problem. Now, did this get me new jobs? No. So, what did that actually do for us? In practical terms? The answer? Good question. I didn't figure we were gonna get jobs since it wasn't a crystal. But it's like, okay, we have the Fang of Water. What does the Fang of Water do? Does it... like, does it let me swim? Still, a crystal sliver brimming with the power of water. Don't really know what that means still. Well, let's go turn in the fact that we did that and get our boat and everything. Means a much earlier wrap-up than I had initially intended. Oh, for fuck's sake, why is there another ping here? Oh, okay. Everybody's pinging me about that now. Great. Love that for me. Start getting everybody back on track here. I would do off-screen grinding, but I don't really see any reason to grind at all. Because I can't tell that the job levels do anything, and our regular level seems to be pretty much on par with where we need to be. Considering the rate at which we're just chopping through most encounters. Literally, we only had a problem because we were minified. Made for that last set. Also can't help but notice that the boat's been moved. So that's a concern. Did somebody steal the boat while we were away? Take good care of the Enterprise, alright. I'm glad to see you made it back safely. As you might have guessed, the boss is in a better mood now. Welcome back. The Vikings will never forget what you've done for us this day. As promised, the Enterprise is yours. Take it and sail forth, young heroes. May the wind guide you. You are now the proud owner of the Enterprise. Hooray! Okay, you just repeat yourself. You guys are great. I'll name my children after you. Okay. Not really sure if I'm that jazzed about that idea, but you know what? You do you. Monsters that live in the sea are weak to lightning. You know what they say about swimming during a thunderstorm? The great serpent, ruler of the sea, is said to be sleeping somewhere in the world. Yeah, we just put it back to sleep. Most hammers that Vikings can use are imbued with the power of lightning, so we're very effective against sea monsters. Yeah, except you couldn't take out the sea serpent, apparently. The Nepto Dragon's the protector of the sea. Now that its anger's been appeased, it looks over us and our ships. Good for you. Now I can dream of flying. This guy's just never satisfied, I tell you. I know a bunch of people like that. Or have known. I've gotten rid of most of those. Do I even need to rest at this point? No, not really. Missing like a spell slot. Let's see how things go with the boat then, since we didn't have to do a big fight. Which, I gotta say, that kind of makes this worse in a way, because there's less of a payoff. Okay, now the boat's in range. Okay. I guess they moved the boat so you wouldn't go skipping the dialogue on the return trip or something. And obviously we get in a fight in the boat, because why wouldn't we? Okay, that's funny though. The giant Insagans standing on the water. That's pretty good. Yeah, those things aren't long for this world. But I assume the boat's half for just letting us get back to land we've been to before. For example, dropping Dash off. Was it canon that he belongs to? Yeah. Dash, oh Dash, you've come back. I was certain you'd forgotten about me. I'm relieved to see you're alright. I'll stop crying and wait for your return once more. The second he leaves this building, she's gonna flip a table again. Dash, where have you been? Selena's been worried sick about you. I know you can't come back here until you've done whatever it is you set your mind to do, but promise me you'll come back. We'll see. We'll do what we can on that front. I had forgotten to check the bookshelf here, but there's nothing there. Okay, so that's all that sorted. I heard that a traveling mage hid a magical healing solution somewhere in this town a long time ago. Yeah, that's the elixir we stole. Yep. Okay, so they haven't changed their dialogue, it seems. So that's a dead end there. And whatever Dash needs to do, he still is going to stay with us to do. And I'm assuming going back up Dragon Mountain's a bad idea. So, I wanted to leave myself a note about what to do next, but I'm not seeing any info. Maybe Dash himself has something for us. Sorry I dragged you all into this, but thanks to you I've been able to satisfy my curiosity. Just finish whatever you need to do and go see Selena. She's been waiting for you all this time. We already did that. We brought him home to talk to her and that didn't go anywhere. So there must be somewhere attached to the sea we need to go to. So I guess, now that we've saved, let's cross the sea. Because I assume the king that we need to talk to get the airship sorted out is across the sea, then. Sid wasn't really clear on that. He just said, hey, go talk to this other king, and he'll help you out with getting the innards of an airship sorted out. I kind of figured he would be near where Sid was. Otherwise, he would have, you know, been more specific about where to go, but clearly that is incorrect. Ow, pain. There we go. Level up for Angus. Yeah, we'll do a quick bit of looking around. Just so I have a starting point for next week, otherwise we'll have a lot of useless wandering next time. Now there's a fort, so we can check that. Lizard man and some kind of bug. That's a Gorgon? Well, that tells me to kill that immediately. Ow. Okay, we still do real damage to them. Okay, we can kill them. That lizard man doing over 100 damage had me worried. And still does, I'll be honest. Okay, guards yourself, it looks like. Do advance instead. You steal. You hit it. You hit it. Why does everything give potions? What's the point of the steal skill if all you get is potions? Could I have at least, like, gotten something cool? More than likely, between now and next time, I'll also do some research into how the mechanics of this game work, because, mechanics seem to be about as clear as a stone wall. Oh, I'm gonna be real with you. Oh, there we go, Castle Argus, because it was King Argus we needed to talk to. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get this out of the way, then. At the very least, get the plot thread for where we're supposed to go and what we're supposed to do. But this being a castle, it's awfully quiet. It reminds me of the last castle that had nobody living and walking around in it because they were all turned into ghosts. Like, I understand these big castles don't always have the highest density of people because, you know, big buildings, big rooms. But, it seems a little too quiet. Nothing happens. Can't help but note... Oh, there we go. This wellspring works. Can't help but notice there's a whole lot of nobody here. Am I supposed to have gone somewhere else first? And then a cutscene would happen here? The fact that all the chairs are still in a nice circle doesn't indicate too much. Like, it's not like this place was attacked and everybody was, like, brutally murdered or anything. At least not directly. Otherwise, you'd think there would be more of a scene there, like the chairs would be turned over and things like that. But there doesn't seem to be anywhere else to go in here? So I have to assume I've done things out of order somewhere. Because we haven't really gotten plot threads from, like, anybody else around or anything. Because we had talked to most people. Let's see if there's a town nearby. Really nothing on this little point of land sticking out? Aside from some angry lizard men that want me dead? Thanks, Dash. Appreciate you. Where was that kind of power in the mini zone? There being nothing up here, I'm kind of further confused. Well, back to the boat. Thanks, I hate it. So we got a knocker, a flyer, and a Gorgon. I'll focus the Gorgon down first. Honestly, this earns some magic, I think. Oh, you actually have a level 3 spell slot now. Nice. Oh, yeah, this definitely earns some magic. Okay, that was a crit, but it wasn't anything too bad. Since it's called a Gorgon, I was worried it was gonna start turning people to stone. Apparently the thing without eyes can stare at people. Okay. That's two things without eyes that have done that now, and I'm confused by it. I don't want to know what that does. It was worth a lot. Didn't amount to anything, but it was worth a lot. Back to the boat. I would like to get us the next thread of what's happening before I stop. I'm gonna, like, swing around the other side of the mountain range and hope that there's anything. It's either that or it's gonna be a case of I have to go back and, like, talk to everybody. Which it's possible that that's the case. Like, I might have to go talk to Cid and be like, hey, King Argus is missing. His whole castle's empty. What do I do? Which, if I don't find anything down where we're headed, we'll probably wrap up. I'll leave myself a note like, hey, Castle Argus empty. Figure out why. I feel like our progress in this game has been very slow. Let me save just in case. Oh, that was the dash button. Oh, there we go. King Argus, we should go see him. I heard in canon that he knows the secret of airship engines. Just what is it that keeps them up in the air? I'd like to ride in an airship again, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I don't have very fond memories of my last airship ride. Well, we did kind of knowingly and purposely crash the airship there, Luneth. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be... Oh, wait, no, this continues on, so maybe this goes somewhere. Or meaningful. Nope, never mind, it goes somewhere meaningless. Straight into another fight. Just go ahead and Thundara them all away again. Nice and easy. Let's go. It's arguable whether the boat would be faster or not. I feel like walking would be slightly better. The problem's gonna be if I don't find anything, having to get back to the boat. And that's the only reason there's even really any consideration at all. You know, you never realize how much you appreciate his Thundara attack until he doesn't do it, and he decides to just stab something instead. Which, as one might imagine, is infinitely less effective than hitting multiple targets for free. Nothing over there. There's something over there, but I don't think that's going to be something we can do anything with. I should have healed Arc, but it's fine. I was really hoping that would kill it, but it's fine. It's dead now. The axe does seem to be hitting less. Like, it hits for a good amount every time, so I can't really complain, but he does seem to be doing a lot of, like, one-hit attacks. Oh wait, there was a thing there. Oh, it moves. Oh, I hate that. I don't know if that's relevant. Yeah, I think we're just gonna leave off here because we're not seeing any immediate action here. Like, there's a weird floating thing, but that's definitely not something I want to get involved with when I'm getting ready to wrap up. Like, more or less, we could just go like, oh yeah, that... Figuring what that is out is going to be the cliffhanger for next time. We'll just go with that logic. It's not an ideal spot to leave off, but it's the spot we're gonna leave off. It's funny that that thing is spinning around even in the menu. Anyway, let's go ahead and find us a raid target, because that is definitely enough out of me for today. Huh. Oh, okay. I think I see the idea for what that is. Okay. I saw something confusing and I'm like, huh, why is that happening? But looking at it more, I understand now. Makes sense. Let's see who we can pile in and help out. Let's see. Oh yeah, you need to be removed off the list. There's a few, actually, that need to not be on the list anymore, but I keep forgetting to remove them. don't you love that when you just forget to remove things, and as you're scrolling through, you just have that awkward moment of like, oh, right. You're not supposed to be there anymore. Oops. Like, thankfully it's not that awkward, because I just look at it, shrug, and move on, but you get the point. Gonna take a hot minute of looking at the list here to figure out where I'm sending this off to. So while we figure this out, let me go ahead and remind y'all of the upcoming schedule, because there's something new on this schedule, and it's gonna be a one-off deal, more than likely. But we have an extra stream this week, which I'll get to exactly what the deal with that is in a second here. So let's see. Tomorrow is obviously Dark Souls 2 continuing. How far that is gonna get is a good question. I don't know if we're in position to finish it. I don't really think we are. I think we are within a couple sessions of finishing it, but I don't think we're finishing it next time. That's a pretty safe bet that that isn't gonna be the case. And then Wednesday, we have a bonus stream where we're playing Far Far West with Melon and Mush. The idea got brought up to play it, and the best day for it would be Wednesday, so... Despite the fact that, you know, usually I take that as my day off, I'm gonna go ahead and do an extra stream that day, because it's probably not gonna be that long a stream anyway. So I should be able to get away with doing that as a bonus. Worst case, I may very well just point you all to one of the two of them, and I won't actually stream my end, but we'll see what ends up happening. I'm pretty confident I will just go ahead and do a 6-day week this week, despite the fact that that may be a bad idea. Thursday is a little up in the air as to what that's going to be. It'll probably be some Lurkit stuff, because I do have a few things backed up that I need to cover. And then Friday and Saturday might both be Archipelago progress, since we do need to make progress on that Archipelago, because it has been kind of stalling out a little bit. So what might end up happening is, like, Friday we focus, like, purely on Crystal Project or something, just about, and then Saturday the rest of the games or something like that. There's no guarantee that that ends up being the plan. That's just, like, me tossing a thought out there as to what could be the plan for that. Got a very interesting arrangement of people online right now, and that's why I'm struggling a little bit here. Let me have a look at where this one's at, because this is one that I have been talking to, but I haven't really provided support to too much or anything. Let me have a look around. Yeah, this will be fine. I'll delay a little bit because it looks like they're about to go into an ad break, but after that we'll send it on off. So, other thing to stall for time with right quick. I'll deal with that in a second. I had brought up the idea of doing voice acting commissions before. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet. I have finally found a way to potentially host them, but I had asked about people giving me lines to read, and I didn't get much of a response. So, this is your reminder that that is a thing that I'm looking for. So there may end up being a redeem in the future, perhaps, possibly, for things like that, so I can get some practice in. Obviously, games like this give me a lot of practice there, too. So that is also a factor. And on the note of commissions, I do still obviously have the pixel art commissions up. Those will be there forever, because I have no intention of stopping doing pixel art anytime soon. And I could always use the money, so if you need something done, that's there, that exists. Like I said, I'm just kind of stalling because I saw they have an ad prompt pop up, so I was stalling a little bit, but it looks like that might not actually be the thing that's happening, so we'll go ahead and just send it, and if we get hit with ads, we get hit with ads. We're gonna go see Esther, who is playing some Pratfall, which you will be seeing Pratfall on this channel sometime in the future, in theory, because of the fact that I have picked it up and it does look like a goofy, good time. A few people I know have already said they'll play. It's just a matter of actually getting everybody in one place at one time, and I've been so busy between the marathon and everything that I've not had time to really organize something like that yet. Which is why I went ahead with the Far Far West thing, too, because that was something that got brought up by somebody else, so I was happy to jump on that. But yeah, be good to cast issues, good people, and I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.